There we go. You guys should be able to hear me now. Alrighty, so as you can already probably tell, we're doing something a little different today. So what we're going to do, and I'm going to take these headphones off because it's echoing like crazy. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to build a machine here on stream today. So I've got all this stuff here. We'll go over that in a minute. It's not like our normal streams where we're going to be doing lots of programming, although we are going to be maybe doing some towards the end. At a minimum, some testing, right? So I haven't done one of these streams before, so there may or may not be technical issues as we kind of progress through it, but hopefully everything goes smoothly. Spiro, how's it going? Good to see you. Lisa's good to see you as well. All right, so before we jump into any of that, though, I do want to just take a quick second and thank the supporters of the channel, starting with our partners who are the highest tier of subscription over on Patreon and YouTube memberships. They are Dustin Punt, Gabby Bashir, and Gerbolis Inc. And I would like to thank all the other supporters here listed as well on the screen. They are a combination of the other tiers of support over on Patreon, YouTube memberships, as well as Twitch subscriptions. So thank you all very much for your support. It is greatly appreciated, and it is because of that support that we're able to do what we're doing today. So we're able to sort of reinvest that back into the channel here. So I really appreciate that. And of course, I hope it goes without saying that I appreciate each and every one of you guys, whether you are on the Twitch side or on the YouTube side catching it live, or if you're just catching this on demand later, I do appreciate that as well. All right, so I am going to kind of keep an eye on chat today, but things are going to work a little bit differently. I'm not going to stop for ads, just because I do want to actually get this thing built and done, all in one stream. So I'm not going to stop for ads like I normally do. I'm not going to pause for that. But what I will do still is watch the chat as much as possible. So, all right, so let's get into the build. So I have everything that you see here is part of it, except for the case, which is actually on the floor right now. So we'll just kind of go through what everything is here, and you'll see prices on all of this stuff. This is not actually what I paid for all of this stuff. I was actually able to get a lot of it on sale, which is pretty sweet. Just to put everything into perspective, what we're doing here is we are building a testing rig for Kohi. That essentially is the polar opposite of my my workstation that sits over here, that I do all of my development on. So that machine has got a 16-core AMD processor in it with 64 gigs of RAM. It's got a NVIDIA NVIDIA 2080 Super in it, and it has I think that's everything that's relevant anyways, right? So AMD processor, NVIDIA GPU. This is designed to be sort of the polar opposite of that. So we have an AMD graphics card and a Intel CPU. The other way that it's going to be opposite of that is this is not designed to be a beefy machine. I'm purposely building this as a budget build. The idea here is that I want to test the engine out on sort of lower grade hardware, if you will. So we went with an RX 6500 for the graphics card that's got 4 gigs on it, I believe, 8 gigs of memory, and then we went with an i5, a Core i5, right, for a processor. We also are going with 16 gigs of memory in it, right, which is sort of the bare bones minimum these days for a Windows 11 install, right? So we've got a Windows 11 license here. So we should have everything that we need to actually go ahead and build a machine, right? The other thing that we have is we are going to be using a NVMe, which I realize, I probably could have gone with a regular SSD or a platter hard drive, but the cost of this one, which actually was a little bit less than this because it was on sale, I just couldn't say no, right? So, you can't really beat that for less than 40 bucks to get a 250 gig NVMe, right? So that is that's kind of what we're doing here. So, and again, this is to test kohi on. That's the initial purpose of this. So we are going to be at some point dual booting this. Today we're just going to get Windows installed and set it up also as a workstation so that we can actually compile kohi on this as well, not only run it, right? So it's to test it, and then we might be able to also utilize it for other things like automated build processes and things like that. So I have a few things in mind for this machine. All right, so so for personal usage, I mean, kind of, sort of, but mostly, you know, for the channel, more or less. So yeah, if you guys have any questions along the way, feel free to jump in. Okay. So I assume, by the way, that you guys can see and hear me okay. I am using a little bit of a different microphone setup here, so I'm hoping that you guys can actually like hear the packaging being opened and stuff like that. So I haven't actually opened any of this except for this, just to make sure that the license was in there, right? Sound is good, perfect. All right. So I'm actually going to set most of this aside, and the way that I like to do this, and I've been building machines a long time, so I kind of have come up with my own way of sort of doing it, right? Is I actually like to start with the CPU and the motherboard and get the heatsink mounted on that before I actually put it in the case, because I find that to be a huge pain in the ass to do after it's in the case, right? So I usually mount that first, and then we'll get into the case. I might even put the RAM on before we get it in the case, and then we'll kind of put everything else together. So I'm going to clear this stuff off for now. The other thing is we are going with a 650 watt power supply, which should be more than enough. We probably don't even need this, but that's kind of what I was able to find, right? All right, so we can move this to the side. The other thing that I'm going to be trying today is this cryo sheet, which is basically, instead of thermal paste, it's just a solid sheet that you put between the processor and the cooler. So I'm going to be trying one of those. I've never used one of those before, so that's going to be an interesting thing to try out as well. I might actually install this too before we put it in the case. All right, so first thing we'll do is let's get the motherboard unpackaged. All right, so this is, for those of you wondering, by the way, this is a MSI Pro Z790p Wi-Fi DDR4, right? I didn't go DDR5 because, again, budget build, right? And I added everything up, by the way, and this came to just shy of 800 bucks for all of this stuff. So that's kind of a decent price, I think, for a brand new build. All right, so we've got the motherboard there. And let's see, what else have we got under here? Probably cables and driver discs and such. Got a driver CD, which I'm not going to be using because we don't have an optical drive for this. I mean, I have a spare one if we need it, but I don't think we're going to need it, so I'll probably just leave that there. All right, got some SATA cables, we need those. This is for the Wi-Fi, I'm going to need that. We've got our back plate for the motherboard, and it looks like some, I'm guessing, mounting screws for the NVMe. Yeah, M2. Yep. Okay. M2 locker, M2 locker. All right, perfect. So that's that, and I will need the manual for the pin setup. Right, this guy, I'll need that. So I'll keep that out as well when I go to put it in the case. All right, so let's get this out of its bag here. And I have, for those of you wondering, I have grounded myself, right? So I'm not going to zap the board, for those of you who are worried about that. But generally speaking, when I pick these things up, I try not to touch any circuitry anyway, right? So there it is. I think you guys can see that well enough. Right, there we go, in all its beauty, right? So I'm just gonna actually set this guy down here in the box. Okay, so like I said, the first thing that I like to do is the processor. So let's get this guy. Let's see, does this just pop off of here? It's been a while since I've done an Intel board. AMDs are a little bit different. Alright, so open up this guy. There we go. So that's open and ready to go. We'll open up our processor next. So here's our i5 processor. Again, I didn't actually pay that. It wound up coming out to like 80 bucks, so it was a pretty good deal. I got all this stuff from Micro Center, by the way, in case you're wondering. They had some pretty good sales going on. Not sponsored or anything like that, but I do really like that store quite a bit. So let's open up this guy. If I can get that. There we go. Any reason for not going AMD CPU? Yes. So the reason I didn't go for an AMD CPU is because I already have a machine with an AMD CPU in it, which is my big one over there. So the idea here is I want a completely different architecture to test against. So doesn't want to touch parts, follows up by never cleaning PC case ever. Yeah, that's me too. Yep. How's it going, Sikelos? Good to see you. Let's see. Who's copying my emojis? Nice. Let's see. First, please check the pins on the board. Oh, we'll definitely be doing that, for sure. For sure. So, before we put this on there, obviously, we're going to double check and make sure that everything is A-okay. But we should be in pretty good shape, right? So there's that, and we're the packaging for that. Right, so here's our processor there. I think I held it in front of the camera anyway. There. All right, so pins. That all looks pretty good to me. I don't see any bent pins. No. Open back up, you. Yeah, I don't see any bent pins, right? So I think we're good. They all look perfectly straight to me. All right, perfect. Let's see. Yay, PC building stream. Yep, exactly. Reminds me that I need to upgrade mine in the next year or so. Last CPU upgrade was in 2020. So that's actually when I built my large machine, was in 2020. Same thing. Is this a sort of low-end rig? Yes. Yeah. So that's the idea, right? Because it's an i5, right? So yeah, it's designed to be a lower-end rig because I already have a high-end rig, right? So it's designed to be sort of the polar opposite of what I have already. So I'm kind of tackling all those things at once, right? We're tackling different architecture, Intel versus AMD. I shouldn't say architecture, manufacturer, right? And then also I've got the opposite on GPU as well. And then this is a low end instead of a high end, right? All right, so index pin. Usually, it's pretty clearly marked. Is it on this guy? There it is right there, index pin. Okay, so this is saying the index pin is in this corner, and on the processor, the index pin is there. So I am reading that as this is the correct orientation for the processor to go on this board. So I'm just going to have a look at the back side of this really quickly, just to make sure that there's nothing off with it. And it looks pretty good. All right, so let's carefully set this guy down. Right, and we're just going to put on his cover and secure him in place, right? So that's processor installed. All right, so next is, this is just a basic cooler that I got, just a cheapy cooler. If I need something a little bit more robust than this, I can get it, but it was just kind of the cheapest thing that they had there, and it should be more than enough for this processor, I think. I don't think we're going to run into any issues with cooling. The Nabisco triangle, yeah. How much did you pay for all the parts? So if I added everything up correctly, because I got a bunch of this stuff on sale, the total was $794.92. So $794.92. That's American dollars, by the way, not Canadian, for those of you who are wondering. Still remember my first time installing a new CPU, I was nervous. I was the definition of overly cautious. I still am. I've been building machines for 20 years and I'm still paranoid about doing it. Even to this day. So don't feel bad. All right, as I unbox this, I'm gonna just scoot this back a little bit. And let's pull out, it's like some assembly required here. So what have we got? So this is the Thermaltake Contact 9 SE. So we've got obviously the radiator itself. So let's get that out. Are you going to use the machine as a build system for GitHub Actions? I was kind of considering that, actually. Yeah, I was kind of considering doing that because I could probably set it up in such a way where I would really only need that for like publishing builds, right? So I'm thinking of like throwing maybe a bunch of Docker instances on here with different installs of Linux that I could use to actually generate the builds. And that would cover me for everything between Windows and Linux, and then the Mac ones I'd have to do manually on my Mac. Only now managed to catch you online. I gotta go. Well, that's fine. It is what it is, right? But thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. In fact, I still use my anti-static wristband. You know what's funny is I've been building machines for a long time and I've never actually used one. I'm just super careful with what I do, right? I don't go like skidding my feet across carpet and then start touching parts. Will you please share your 2020 build specs? Yes, I would have to pull them up. Let me see if I can remember it. It's got a AMD 3950X, I believe it is, with a, so that's the 16 physical core, 32 logical core model. It has the NVIDIA RTX 2080 Super in it with 8 gigabytes of DDR RAM. I think it's GDDR5, I want to say. Might be 6, I'm not sure. And then I've got 64 gigs of DDR4 RAM in it, because DDR5 wasn't out when I built it. And then I've got NVMe drives in it. So that's off the top of my head what's in it. Also validating PRs and stuff. Yeah, I'm probably going to split the difference between what I have this machine do versus what I have some of the other machines, what I have cloud machines do. Maybe do the RAM before the cooler just in case it obstructs the ports. That's, I mean, yeah, that's a good point. I'll put the cooler together and see how big it is, and then I'll judge from there. I'll sort of do a dry run on it, if you will. All right, so let's get all these parts out so you can see what the heck we're dealing with here. Is this some sort of thermal paste, I assume? Kind of feels like it. Not going to be using that. All right. So we should have one of these, two of these guys, one of these. That's the thermal paste we're not going to use, and then we have 4 of the clear guys and 4 of the clip pins, whatever you want to call them. Okay, so we have everything in here. All right, so let's see, these are the AMD instructions. We want the Intel instructions. All right, so we've got to put this guy on here first. So he goes... What is that saying for me to do? 17XX. Saying it goes on the outer. What does though? Oh, I see. These guys have little tabs on them, I think. Right, so this is saying the 115X and the 1200 go in the inner tab, the 1700 goes in the outer. So it's talking about these 2 little fingers. I don't know if you guys can see that or not. See if I can. There's 2 like little notches in there. I don't know if I can get the camera to focus on that or not so that you guys can see it. Maybe right there. There's 2 notches in there. So it's saying the outer one I think is the one that we need. Because we have the LGA 1700. So it has to go in there like that. Snap all these guys in place. Make sure to break all the tabs off as we're doing it. That way we can't mount it correctly, right? Just be as rough as possible with it. That way we break it. Seems like the right thing to do. All right, mounting hardware. Yeah, this is my least favorite part of building machines is the mounting process. All right, so we put those in. Snag this guy in here. There we go, like a glove. And then how big is this actually going to sit on here? So this piece, it is going to go this way. So I don't think it's going to be in the way of the RAM, but it's awfully dang close. Maybe I will put the RAM in first. So this is telling me on the motherboard to actually use these 2 slots first. So it's actually not going to be in the way. But I'll go ahead and stick them on there anyways, why not, right? Let's go ahead and do that, and then we'll finish up this guy. So in this case, we got this G-Skill Ripjaws DDR4. And these are 2 8-gig sticks of, what is it? I think it's 3200. Yeah, DDR4 3200. So that's what we're going to be installing. Dry run is reasonable. Yeah, I usually like to do a dry run just so I understand like how the whole thing's going to come together. I guess that's part of that paranoia, right? Ooh, they gave us a fancy sticker. Look at that. How about that? And what is this, a business card? Do not mix memory kits. Okay. All right. I mean, none of that's going to be an issue because this is all the RAM we're going to put in it. So, not an issue. Toss that aside. All right. So, we're going to take this guy and we're going to get him into here. All right. Then we're going to take this guy. And we're going to get him into this slot. That's it for the RAM. Easy peasy. All right. So let's finish up this guy. This is the only part that I generally need like instruction manuals for because these things all vary so differently and widely. All right, so I have these half mounted. Now I need to put these guys in. And that will make sure that they don't come out. Shouldn't matter the orientation that I put them in there. And that. Perfect. All right, and then it is saying that it wants me to put the thermal paste on next and then clip the fan. Why wouldn't I clip the fan in place first? I don't understand why it's having me do that and then this. That seems kind of backwards to me. So these things, which look at the shape of that thing. Like who comes up with that and they're just like, yep, that's the shape I want. It's madness. Let's see. The only weird thing about stickers is that as soon as you get a new case with every build, yep. Never seen mounting hardware that doesn't require you to work on both sides of the board. Yeah, me either. Usually, there's like some sort of bracket that you have to put on the back side of the board, but apparently not with this one. I'm guessing that's because it's light enough that it's not a problem. So it just kind of clips onto the back of the board and then that's it. But I have seen other ones, like even my AMD has a support bracket that's on the back of the board, not this one. Recently upgraded my CPU earlier this year and made the mistake of getting the latest gen Intel CPU without realizing all the thermal issues with it. Been running so far despite the headache. Oof. Put the fan on first. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't understand why they're saying to not put the fan on first. Like, that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me. So, I definitely think that's the way I'm going to go. That seems a little backwards to not do that. All right, so we want the fan to go this way. Where is the wire hookup though for it? That will determine what orientation I put the fan on there in. CPU fan 1, so it's here. So I really am going to want probably this way. That way when I put this on, it kind of comes here and just boop, right in there. All right, so these pins here go into the screw holes. And then how do they actually hold on? I guess they kind of wrap around and clip into the side of the... So it's saying this goes here, and this goes here. And then I guess this wraps around. And sets in there. Okay. That'll do. So I'll do one more. Can you guys see that, by the way? It's kind of out of camera, I guess. There we go. So these two guys go in here, and then this gets pulled around and clips on there. And then that just holds the whole thing together. And then this should go here. Just do a dry run real quick, right? And then that'll plug in right there. Seems reasonable to me. Okay. So, next is this thing, the cryo sheet. Resealable package. That's interesting. So this is what we're going to use in lieu of thermal paste. Oh yeah, we should probably tear this off. That would have been a bad thing to miss. All right. So let's open this up and see what we got in here. Why is it resealable is my question. It's kind of a weird thing to have be resealable. Unless there's like multiples in here, but I don't think there are. Come out of there. There we go. I think that's it. All right. So here's this little box that was in there. It came with a little box and I guess an instruction sheet. Clean the surface with a dry cloth or high percentage isopropanol. Don't need to do that. It's already clean. It's fresh out of the box. All right. Cut the pads to size. The pads should extend about 1 millimeter beyond the surface to be covered. If necessary, scissors are sufficient to cut the pads to size. Ensure that no electrical components come into contact with the pads. No kidding. Position the cryo sheet pad on the contact surface of the GPU CPU. Mount the cooler. Okay. So it wants us to put it there, which makes sense. That's consistent. So we'll pop this out, open. That's a lot of packaging for a single sheet of stuff. All right. So that is it. That's our replacement for thermal paste. Let's see. Hope it's a Team Red GPU. It is. Yep. As long as slight twists and the board aren't, as you install it in the case, aren't an issue. Oh yeah, you're talking about the mounting thing. Yeah. AMD or Intel CPUs for game development. Doesn't really matter, frankly. Unreal Engine. I mean, yeah, it'll work on either one. It doesn't really matter. Oh, GPU. Thought you said. I thought that said CPU. Oh, you mean this guy? It said both for CPU and GPU, so it's designed to work with both. Is the fan pulling from the bottom? Let's see. When we mount this, yes, it will be, because we're going to mount it this way, right? And the bottom is that way. So yeah. He says, no kidding. However, we have to put warnings like do not eat on things like soap. It's true. My favorite one is the warning that they put on hair dryers that says do not use while showering. That's my favorite. I was thinking that computer hardware gets an amazing amount of packaging in general. Yeah, I mean, like, there's all this packaging for this little tiny thing. It's crazy. All right, let's see, size-wise. I think I'm gonna have to trim this down some. It's okay left to right, or top to bottom I should say, but left to right it's a little bit big, right? So we're gonna have to cut off some of it. Grab a pair of scissors. So I'm thinking we probably need to remove right around that much, right there where that little mark is. I just put my fingernail. So we'll cut that off. Come here. This doesn't have to be any more perfect than it's just gotta cover the area, right? We don't have to get super fancy with it. Okay. So we'll stick that on there. I'm actually just going to use this to bump it because my Sasquatch hands are a little bit too large sometimes for these things. So it looks like right about there. Yeah, that looks good. So right about there is what we want. And then we got these guys. So this should sit here. You know what's funny? I think the ram is actually going to be in my way. I'm going to pop it back out for a second. I think it's going to be in my way to be able to like clip this guy in place. I hate these things with a passion. They're always a pain in the butt to get stuck on there correctly. Alright, that side's on. Make sure we didn't move the thermal pad too much. We did a little bit. Well, let me use this actually. Oh, the stupid thing popped off of there. I hate these clips. This is the most annoying part of a build, in my opinion. Let's try this again. Alright, now find the thing. Doesn't help that my light is completely trashed from above. Nope, that wasn't it. You know what, maybe I'll do this side first, since it's easier to see. Oh, it moved again. Don't know if I'm sold on the pad, because it moves. Thermal paste doesn't. Don't know that I'm sold on that, to be frank. All right. one down. Where's that? Well, for Pete's sake. Flashlight time. I see the problem. Not enough hands. And also, this thing in the back gets right in the freaking way. Really? Have I mentioned I hate mounting hardware? Alright, I'm going to have to do it the other way around. I didn't want to, but I'm going to have to. Oh good. It's completely... I might abandon this thermal pad, to be honest. Let's try it again. See if I can clip this on before I actually drop the rest of it down. There we go. There we go. So I got the back side in. Now I should be able to just hook in the front side. There we go. We're on. Finally. I am going to have to cut some more of that off though. So, as I said, I don't think I'm sold. I don't think I'm sold on the thermal pad. I've been wondering how well they would work. Nope, you know what? Yeah, I'm pretty sure some of that just went down in there. I'm gonna have to undo it. Yeah. Annoyingly, the pad came apart on the edge. And so now I'm gonna have to do, I'm gonna take this off and get it out of the way too. Annoyingly, I'm gonna have to redo it, and I'm gonna use thermal paste. Because the problem is, this stuff just crumbles, right? And it slides around while you're trying to put it in place. Do not recommend. And it looks like looks like a piece of it dropped here, which I now can't get out without restarting the whole thing. So guess what? All the mounting hardware has got to come back off, because now a piece of this, right? See how that crumbled? Is that on the camera? That sheet basically did this underneath. All these little pieces here. And one of those little pieces went down there. And I'm not going to take a chance on that being down there and potentially shorting something out, because this stuff does contain metal. So knowingly we get to start all over, which is always fun. So if you're thinking about using those, I would not recommend it. Maybe it's just because I'm a butterfingers or something, I don't know, but I'm not a fan of that coming apart and potentially screwing up everything. Yeah, see? That little piece right there. I don't know if you guys can see it on camera. Thermal paste usually does not conduct electricity, but I don't know what the thermal sticker is. I think it does have some metallic elements in it, which is how it conducts heat, right? So I would also make the assumption that since it conducts heat, it also probably conducts electricity. Maybe that's me being paranoid, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. I'm just going to lift that up to make sure that nothing got underneath of it either. Okay. It's just resting on top, which wouldn't have been a big deal actually, but I'd rather check than risk it. Call me paranoid. RIP, exactly, yeah. Would it be funny if Kohi runs slower due to thermal throttling? I mean, CPU fan is the worst, yeah. And now I get to do it all over again too, which is neat. So I don't know. I mean, I suppose I could try again with this thing, but I don't know. I don't like what's happening, right? Like, look at it. It's kind of just like falling apart. Not a fan of that. It's a combination silicone with metal conductor to conduct heat better. Exactly, right. So the fact that it's got metal in it means it could theoretically conduct electricity, which is why I'm being so paranoid about that. Okay, so we're going to abandon that idea. And actually, I suppose I could just use the stuff they gave me instead. There it is. So a globule in the center. And then I like like to put a little bit out here as well. Just a little bit. That's probably enough right there, I would imagine. Don't need to be too perfect with it. This is not that crazy of a processor anyway. That should be enough. All right. Yeah, silicone is conducting, yep, exactly. Just use thermal paste and you're fine, you can spread it around. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. That's the way that I've been doing it for, like I said, a long time. Yeah, see there's this crap on here too. I've been building machines for about 20 years, and that's the way I've always used, or what I've always used in the past was thermal paste. And I've never had an issue with it, so I'm going to use thermal paste. Alright, so that guy looks fine. Put this back on. And I'll approach this the same way I did before. I will latch on the back one first, since it is a pain. There we go. There's that one, and then front one. Much better. All right, I think we're good. I do have a little bit, looks like I have a little bit of extra paste there, which is actually surprising. I didn't put that much. I'm gonna grab a paper towel, I'll be right back. American houses flooring do transmit vibration. I've always heard to use coffee filters for cleanup. Yeah, that would be better if I actually had coffee filters, but yeah. Yeah, the reason that there's so much wobbliness here is because I am on the second floor of my house. So it is just a, you know, a wood floor. Wood subfloor, I should say. You guys could probably hear when I walked into the other room as well, I'm guessing. Part of that is also because of the different mic setup that I'm using today, though. I'm actually using the mic from this camera here because it's not as directional. Okay, this side over here I think is fine. I'm just gonna hit it once real quick, but I think it's actually good to go. All right, so that's good. let's get the memory put back. And we'll hook this guy up too. This is CPU fan 1. And then RAM back on. Perfect. All right, so that's done. That is the most nerve-wracking / annoying part of PC builds, IMO. So I'm going to put this thing back. Just so I don't get this coolant pad stuff all over the place. I'm going to see if they'll let me return it. I guess we'll find out, right? Okay. So we've got that. What did I do with the lid for the box for that? That over here. Okay. Seabolt's first time chat, welcome. Yeah, we're building PCs today, or well, we're building one, right? Are we coding in assembly? Yeah, I love that. That's a good one. Golf clap to you, sir. The thermal pad definitely seems bad to handle. I used thermal pads on my ThinkPads controllers and they were soft and sticky, not crumbly at all. Yeah, I don't know if it's just this particular one, but like this one just crumbled. And I would think like if you're gonna have something like this, why would it not be at least a little bit sticky so it would like hold in place, right? Because that was the other thing, it was like sliding around as I was trying to manipulate the cooler, which, you know, happens. So it shouldn't be like sliding around. It should just kind of, is it old maybe? I don't know. I don't think there's like an expiration date on here anywhere. No. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just not a good one, but it wasn't exactly cheap either, which is kind of surprising. Oh, you meant because the camera was actually shaking? Yeah, it's because it's wood floors, right? Like if I stomp my feet a little bit, it shakes the camera. All right, let's get all this stuff out of here. Okay. So we have motherboard, processor, RAM is ready to go at this point. I suppose I could actually throw in the hard drive as well, since I have this all out of here, right? That's an interesting warning sticker to put over the... This product contains a button cell or coin battery. Yes, it's right there. I don't know why I need a warning over my GPU slot though. It's fine. Alright, so let's get the M2 hard drive in here. So it looks like there's a few different places we could put it. We've got 3 spots here. What is underneath this? Is that another one, maybe? Just out of curiosity. I'm wondering what's under this guy. Another one. Okay. So M2, 1, 2, 3, 4. This actually has 4 slots on it. That's more than my large machine has. Interesting. So I guess since we have this, I suppose I could just put it under this guy, right? Then we got a little bit of heat sinkage going on here. So let's maybe go that route. All right, there we go. So this one, that's our hard drive, 250 gigs. My brain wants to say 256 gigs, but that's not the way that this works. All right, and let's see, size-wise, is it going to hit that standoff there? Looks like it, yeah. So it looks like maybe this thing just comes around and locks on top of it. I've not seen this before. So we get this guy in here, push him down. Oh, I see, okay. And then that just spins around and locks it in place. Interesting. Nice and convenient. Wrong screwdriver. All right. Then this has got like a thermal thing on it. So we'll remove that. And this guy was this way, I believe. Was it this way or the opposite way? I don't remember. Looks like it was this way. Right? No. These pins. It's this way. There we go. Okay, so... Oops, I keep grabbing the wrong screwdriver. This guy goes here. And this one goes here. And now I won't have to fumble around with this once it's in the case either. A little easier that way. Okay, cool. So, I guess it's case time. Let's see. Western Digital's terrible. I've had M.2 SSD that went bad in 10 days. Yeah, I mean, their SSDs have been fine. I won't buy one of their platter drives, but hey, me, Mr. Mustard, how's it going? Still use the legacy SATA and SSD I had got. If you want to use hard disk drives, store only data and not the OS because it's unreliable. The cable, heat, vibrations cause problems with the OS. Yeah, so more than likely I'll put the OS on this for now. I'll store data on it for now. But generally speaking, the way that I try to work is I also have a file server that sits like over there. And I try to back up to it regularly, and that's got a RAID set up on it. So we've got mirroring redundancy, right? So I try to back up anything important to that so that if I do have a hard drive or machine go down, I'm not completely screwed, right? Lesson learned over the years. Tired but fine, fair enough. You can power it first to test the BIOS. Yeah, I guess I could. You ever notice that the parts list sheet is missing in the parts list? That's a good point. They never mention that, do they? I don't think I've ever seen one that mentions that. Yeah, make sure the system posts first. Yeah, that's a good point. I could do that. So that's a lower end PC. You're going to test Kohi on. Yes, that's exactly right. Zabisan, how's it going? Some slots actually share PCIe lanes with the GPU slot, making the GPU run at 8x instead of 16x. I don't think this one's that way, though. I have heard of SATA lanes being shared with that, though. Although I suppose if it is the way that it is, then that would sort of be another thing that we could say, you know, hey, let's make this lower spec, right? Make it run even slower. See how Kohi does with that. So glad you could actually fix the UI system last night. Yeah, that's been bothering me for a while, actually. All right. So yeah, I suppose we could do, we could test the post real quick, make sure that it's all good on that front. So, what did I do with my, I don't need this guy anymore. What did I do with my, there it is. Let me get some of this junk out of the way here. All right, so here's the power supply, right? So we're gonna open this guy up. 650 watts is like total overkill for this, but that's okay. Rather over than under, at least in this instance. Did I not cut the tab? I thought I did. There we go. All right. Here we are. Instruction manual, don't really need that. Cableage. Power cable. Molex to mini Molex. Interesting. Screws for mounting it. Keep that over there. There is our power supply. So it's a pretty decent one. You know, it's modular, so that makes things nice and easy to deal with, right? It doesn't have like a ton of leads out of here. I think my one in there has twice this many, but this will definitely be more than enough for this machine, I think. All right. So the only thing about this is this particular motherboard processor combo does not have a integrated GPU. So in order to test post, I'd have to leave, you know what, I don't know if I'm going to do this. Here's the reason why. Because in order to test to see if it posts correctly, I'm going to have to install the graphics card. And I don't really want to have that flopped around on just this, right? So I think I am going to actually put it in the case first. I'm going to take that risk and put it in the case first. Because I really don't want to take a chance on damaging this port or the graphics card by having it just sit here, right? Let's see. Modern PCs don't even need power supply cables, but only jump connectors that can be hidden behind. Z Hayes, how's it going? Psycode, good to see you. All right, yeah, that's the plan. That's what we're gonna do. As much as I really want to see it run now, I'm not gonna take that risk. I don't want to risk breaking the graphics card. That's just not worth it. It's not supposed to be that heavy, right? But right? You've got to keep in mind that there's a cable connected to it. There's forces that make it go this way, and it doesn't have the cable, it doesn't have the case to actually hold it still. And I really don't want to ruin this port or the card itself. So I don't think it's going to be heavy at all, right? This is the box that it's in. In fact, here it is right here. Right? It's not that huge, but like, it's big enough that I'm worried about it. It's not necessarily the weight, it's more the lateral forces that I'm worried about. All the cables tied to it and stuff. I think I'd much rather just play it safe and get this into the case first. If this had my GPU, I would probably do it that way, but... Alright, so let me pop open the case. So I'm not gonna pop this onto the table here, or at least not this whole huge box. Show the case here in just a second. Let's get it out of the box. I should probably set the motherboard to the side for a minute and come back with it. Okay. I'm not going to wind up needing these either right now. Alright, so here is the case. I don't know that you guys are going to be able to see the whole thing. Probably not. So this is just a pretty basic case, right? It's kind of plain Jane, whatever, right? But I didn't really want something super fancy. This case was 60 bucks, which is pretty cheap. They did have a $50 case, but this one just seemed like a pretty nice upgrade for an additional $10, right? ATI graphics card, yeah, AMD, yep, that'll be fun with Vulkan. Exactly the reason I'm building this, right? Because I know that there's lots of issues around that. So it'll be interesting to see how it runs. Okay, so let's see, how does this guy open even? I see that it's got hinges back here. Is there like a... So we've got top mounted fans for cooling, which is pretty nice. It actually comes with those. It's got 3 fans along the front as well. I don't know if you guys can see that. They're in there. And it's also got one in the back. So 6 fans in a $60 case. I'm not mad at that at all. Oh, it's literally just magnetic. Okay. So we've got a glass door here, and I'm hoping this comes off. Yep, it does. Just pop that guy off and put him to the side. Alright, and it looks like we do have space behind here on the other side to do some cable management, which is nice. I wasn't sure about that when I was looking at the cases, but it kind of looked like it had a little bit of room, but it looks like it's got a decent amount of room actually. And then we've got all of our cableage down here to hook into our power supply, and so forth. So I think the next thing is we actually need to take the back off of this. There's all of our ports on the top, by the way. So there's the rest of it, right? Not bad for a $60 case, I have to say. It's actually, I mean, compared to what a $60 case would have gotten you 10 years ago, this is actually pretty nice. For 60 bucks, it's a great value, yeah. So this one is the, what's the model on this one? It is the, it's called Montech, and it's the X3. So yeah, it's, seems like a pretty nice case actually. All right, so what do we got here? I'm gonna put this panel aside as well. And move this over a little bit. So we've got spaces in here for SSDs on the back. Looks like we do have a little bit of space here for a 3.5-inch drive right there, which I won't be using, but it's kind of nice that it has it. 6 fans, yep, it does have 6 fans. Here's all the mounting screws and stuff like that. Interesting. So it looks like all of the fans just have Molex connectors. At least they look like Molex connectors. Yeah, they are. And they just daisy chained them all together. Simple, but it works. I don't have an issue with that. Looks like plenty of pass-through for cableage. This is already kind of routed. I'm not really mad at how that's routed either. It's good enough, I think. So we do have all of our pass-throughs for USB, I assume audio, a power switch, all that good stuff. So we've got all that here. Let's see, these I'm probably going to pass through to the front. I'm thinking there for now. I might have to move that to a different hole, but we'll see. So I'll pass those through there. There's a random twist tie here I don't really need. Just get rid of that one. And then we'll pass these guys through. What are these? These are just USB and HD audio. Okay, exactly what I was thinking they were. And that's probably USB 3, yep. And hard disk LEDs, I'm guessing. Power LEDs. Okay. Alright, so we'll need that in just a minute. But first, let's get the power supply put in. So we've got this guy here. I'm going to actually get rid of the twist tie on it. $2 million subs and you have to make a compiler in C or assembly. You know what? Deal. If I hit 2 million subs, I'll make a C compiler. You can clip that if you want. Okay, so we want the fan facing down because we actually have a filter on the bottom of this too, which is pretty sweet. That's something you don't always see in low-end cases. This is actually a remarkably good case for the money. Honestly, it really is. Okay, so let's see. The power supply screws are over here somewhere. Right here. So let's get this guy mounted. little more room here. And number 4. Get these guys tightened down. Make sure that's in the off position. Okay. Power supply is mounted. So we have, this is going to be for the CPU, so I'm thinking that needs to go up that way, most likely. We'll zip tie that in place in a minute. And then typically the power is going to wind up somewhere like right there. Oh, you know what? I forgot to hook up the modular cables first. Womp womp. I should have done that first before I screwed it in place. Let me see something. Do I need 1 or 2 cables for my graphics card? So if I only need 1, I'm only going to run 1. I'm going to have to take this out probably to see it, aren't I? Alright, there's our answer. We only need 1. Right there. Right there. We only need 1. So I'm only going to run 1. If I need a second one later, I can always run a second one. Yeah. So I'm going to need, let's see. Am I going to need any of these? I'll need this one, I guess, for the Molex. But I don't really have any need for, I don't think, any of these SATA cables, because I don't have like any extra drives or anything like that. So really, I just need to hook up 2 of these things. And I'm probably going to hook those up in the hardest to reach spots, so that later I don't have to mess with that. Alright, so bit of a dingus move here. Got overzealous and mounted the power supply too quickly. It's alright though. This is the home of dingus-oriented programming, so why can't we have dingus-oriented PC building too? Dingus-oriented assembly. There you go. Yeah. Time to fire up the viewbots. 50 million subs. I wouldn't know what to do with 50 million subs. I wouldn't know what to do with 1 million subs. Say nothing about 50 million. Alright. Let's pop this out of here real quick. Because I need 1 PCIe. So let's hook that up. I don't know if you guys can see that. It's kind of tall for the camera, so let's see, we'll put this towards the bottom, because that's more difficult to get to. So we'll seat that there. And then we need one of these guys. We actually have a distinct lack of peripherals in this particular setup. So this one just has 2 SATA connections on it, which I'm not going to use, but it does have this Molex connector, which I do need for the case. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have to run this, actually. because I don't have like any extra hard drives or anything like that in it yet. Does it matter which one I guess I could do with this one. Maybe. There we go. Should I put... Nah, I'm just going to run these two, I think. If I need to run any more, it's easy enough to actually access this and pull it back out. So I think I'm going to stick with this setup. Keep it simple. Be less things to cable manage anyway. Alright, so... the we got one there. And another one. Where is it? Right there. Right there. There and there. Okay. And that is all we should need for power. And it actually does give me a little bit of room for accessories if I want to add them. Okay, so all we're going to do in this case is we're going to hook a case power to here. It's kind of nice that everything is all in one. Does that actually daisy chain out the end too? It does. That's pretty cool. So I could actually hook another Molex device on there if I had one. But I don't, so I won't. Okay, so let's take this. And stick that down here, and I'm actually just gonna tie this together so it kind of stays together as one unit. That can stay down there, and then this is the CPU or a GPU, which I'm gonna assume is gonna probably need to go through about there, ish. If it doesn't, we can always adjust it, but there we go. Give ourselves plenty of slack. And from this side, I think that's all we need to do. So what I'm actually going to do for now, so I'm pretty sure I'm done on this side, is I'm just going to put the cover back on. So that way we don't accidentally like set the case on one of the wires or something when the cable's in interior. All right. And now we'll flip this over. And get all the good stuff installed in here. All right. Okay. Separate out some of this stuff. Cool. Let me grab the motherboard. You know what? Before I actually do that, I almost missed a step. I need the standoff, or not the standoff, the back plate. This guy. Let me see. Let me just catch up on chat here too. Okay. Not used to not having a whole lot of screen real estate because I have everything crammed onto one monitor. Tammin with the 35 stream streak. Awesome. Thank you guys for the follows, by the way. I appreciate that. Yeah, Spiro has some really good emotes for sure. He has some of the best out there, actually. Okay. So this guy needs to go back here. I don't know if you guys can see that. That is in the frame? Okay, perfect. These things are a pain sometimes to get to stay. There we go, I think I got it. There we go, that looks pretty good. I always feel like I'm going to cut the crap out of myself too because the sharp edges on those things. Okay, now motherboard time. So let's get this in there. There's the CPU, or the case fan. Get this lined up. That looks pretty decently lined up. For the most part, anyway. Okay. And it looks like this motherboard actually has all 9 screws, spaces, exposed. Some of them only have like 8, but this one actually uses 9. Alright, I don't know what that piece is for, but these are actually what we want. So it looks like we've got a bunch of mounting screws, some extra standoffs if we need them. I don't think we do though. I only actually see the 9 there. I don't see any extra holes, so we should be good. Alright, so let me see, I should probably put these into like a bowl or something so I don't lose them, but let me just check something. So I need ones that are that size. Need 9. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Do we have a 9th one in here? Really? Do we not have a 9th one? What the heck? I don't think we have a 9th one. Well, it's a good thing I keep backups of these things, and I always keep extras, specifically for that reason. so I like to start in the center and work my way out. Oh, is that not? Is that not the right one? Does not want to go in there. Interesting. Okay. Does it want one of these other ones then? I mean, that one did eventually stay, but I feel like I cross-threaded it. That's the size it wants. Okay. That would explain a thing or two. It's very strange because normally other cases that I've built want that sort of that standard size screw in the standoffs, but this one doesn't seem to want that. Oh, I dropped it in the back end of the case. Oh, got it. Perfect. This one doesn't seem to be the right size for this one. Does it use different size screws for different standoffs? Really? Can't be. Let's try this one. There we go. I'm also going to do this one next back here because this one's always a pain in the butt. Got that one first try. Sweet. I almost always drop that one trying to get to it. Not the right one again. Doesn't seem to want to go in. There we go. That's not the right one for that either. He wants these really tiny ones for some reason, which is not what I'm used to mounting motherboards with. Alright, two more at the bottom. Usually they sort of want that standard size, if you know what I mean. Alright, cool. So that's mounted now. So we need... Oh, does this need two for the CPU? Really? we have a second one? Huh. So they only gave us one of these guys. I don't know if that's going to be enough to run this. That might wind up being an issue. Makes me want to upgrade my case. Yeah, I get that. It's a really nice case. I'm quite happy with it so far. Let me see. So I have, that's the power cable. Did they give me any other? Any other cables for this? I don't believe so. Is this really the correct orientation for the CPU fan? I've always seen it mounted facing forwards. This is what they pictured in the instructions, right? That's how they pictured it there. So that's what I went with, right? So I think it's right. I mean, worst case scenario, I can just pop it off and put it on the other side, right? Sucks air from the GPU backplate. Yeah, I am a little bit worried about that. But these should also be set up as exhaust fans, right? So it should be fine. All right. The bigger concern I have here is the fact that they only gave me enough for one of these connectors on this motherboard. And I'm wondering if I am going to actually need both. So we might be in trouble with the power supply. Because I don't see another cable here for that. So we'll have to see. But still, I'm going to crack on for now. And we're going to get the GPU installed and see. The heat from the GPU backplate is going to the CPU either way. Yeah, that's the thing, right? I'm not overly worried about it. I've had other setups that have been oriented the same way and I've never had an issue with it. So I'm not overly concerned about it, per se. All right, so I need to get... Let's see, this is probably going to take... It's going to take these two. All right, snag the GPU. So this is it here. This is what we're installing, right? Tons of this plastic all over the place. I don't quite understand why they always put so much plastic on this stuff. I guess because people don't want this surface scratched or something, I guess. I don't know. So there's that. There's another one here. Get that off of there. And then we've got a protector strip there. And we should be able to pop that backwards. Snip this guy down. Oh, you know what? This whole thing back here actually has to come off. Actually, I could probably just tighten that right there. Just give me room to install it. Seated. Okay. Can't keep that misaligned. Yep, it was. There we go. That's secured. That's mounted down. All right. So we've got that. We have our GPU power, which is got to go this way. These are always a little fussy. There we go. So we got that in. We need to do motherboard power. All right. We got all these things to do. So these are HD audio, which is probably going to be all the way back here. All right, that's on there. And then this is USB. So what I like to do on this one is use the furthest back one possible. That way when I go to add stuff, it's a little easier. So in this case, that's going to be, in this case, no pun intended, That's going to be here. And then we have the USB 3. We actually have two of these. We have one here and one there, so I'm going to go for this one back here. And then we have our fun jumper pins and LED cables and stuff like that. So these, I think that's it down here. So these, I'm going to have to look in the motherboard install guide to see how these are laid out. So 1, 2, 1 and 2. So okay, so the orientation's this way. Okay. Since the power LED ones are individual for some reason, and they always are, I'm going to do them first. So it's positive and then negative. Positive and neutral depending on how you think of it. Oh, you know what? I should probably do, let me do hard drive first because that's kind of all the way down in the bottom corner. Reset switch. Here's the hard drive. This must be it. Yeah, hard disk drive LED. So that guy goes this way. Then this goes right next to it. Yeah, I got that wrong. Let me try that again. There we go. So that's on there. Reset switch would be next. That is, where did the reset switch go? Just had it a second ago. That's the power. Right here. Okay, so reset switch, doesn't matter what order it goes in because it's just a jump. And then power switch is the same way. Alright, so those are done. So that's the case hooked up. I think we have everything internally hooked up that we need, minus potentially that. That might wind up being a problem. We shall see. What GPU is that? That is this guy, a Radeon 6500 XT. I hate plugging those. Yeah, they're kind of annoying, but it's not as annoying as mounting the heatsink. Ideally, the heatsink would be mounted or rotated 90 degrees. This one doesn't appear to let me do that though, just because of the way it is. The mounting, I mean, unless I mounted, like, move the whole bracket. But at this point, I don't think I'm going to bother. How much RAM? VRAM, I think it's got 8 gigs. Yeah, 8 gigs. RAM is 16 gigs. All right, so I think what I'm going to do is I need to go grab a monitor because that's the one thing I actually didn't grab. So I won't know if this thing actually posts or not. Let's see. Get more plastic bags when you go shopping. Yeah. Let's see. Put the PC laid down like this and don't worry about gravity. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm going to start it up just like this. At least it's RDNA 2. Yep. Supports mesh shaders. Yeah. Yeah, it should be, you know, it's relatively low end, but it should be modern enough where it makes sense, right? All right, so let me hook this up. And let me go get a monitor. I'll be right back. Alrighty. So got a keyboard and a monitor. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to set the monitor kind of back here for now. And then once we have something up on display, I'll kind of swap around my setup just a little bit so that you guys can see it better. But for now this should work. Alright, so HDMI cable. Let's see. So hook that up. And before I actually turn this on, I'm going to take a quick bio break and I'll be right back. Give me like a minute. Alrighty. Let's see, keyboard. Need a keyboard. I can get a mouse afterwards. The keyboard will be enough for now. Let's use this. Okay. Now, hopefully everything is all set up correctly. Let's see, is this monitor on? It is on. And of course the power button is like here somewhere. So let's see what we get. All right, we have post. So let me change the camera angle a little bit. Oh, it's shut off for some reason. I think it was bleating because it didn't, it said the memory had changed. Which is expected, right? Okay, so can you guys see, let's see, adjust this a little bit. So you guys can kind of see that, right? I think what I'm gonna do, once I verify that everything is correct in here, I'm going to change the setup a little bit so that you guys can actually see things a little bit better. Did the full build without testing once. That's how I roll. I wasn't kidding when I said I've been doing this for a while. Okay. So it looks like our DDR speed is 2133. That is probably because we don't have XMP on. Let's see. Obviously we know our GPU is working because this does not have integrated GPU and I'm hooked in through the GPU. We have 16 gigs of memory. Picked up the CPU as a Core i5, 12600KF. That looks all correct. Our voltages look good. Our core CPU temperature seems to be okay. Motherboard temperature seems to be okay. Okay, so that all looks good. Storage. Hey, it picked up our hard drive as well, so that's good. Okay, fan info. So I think well, that's kind of an interesting thing. So I wonder where, I don't remember seeing a data cable for these fans. I think they're just like on or off. I don't think I can actually, I don't think the case fans actually hook up that way. I'll verify that. I just don't remember seeing anything different to the contrary. Okay, so this is success. We are good to go. So what I'm going to do now is take a minute to sort of clean up, and we're going to change the setup here a little bit because now what we want to do is we want to feed in this display into OBS so that you guys can see it that way instead of, you know, through the camera, because now we know that everything works. So it's going to take me just a few minutes to do that. I feel like if I made a desktop, I would maybe get one really good GPU and a worse one for pass-through virtualization. Is this going to be a Windows-only machine? So right now, it's going to be Windows-only. I don't know if you happen to remember, there were 4 M2 slots in there and also some SATA slots in there. So what I'm going to do is eventually add another hard drive and put a Linux install on that so they can use it for testing on that. And then, you know, we'll be able to dual boot at that point because they'll be on different devices. But for today, we're just going to do Windows only. Your testing PC is way more powerful than my PC. So that was part of the challenge, right? Was that I actually had a difficult time finding new hardware that was low spec, right? So you know, this is a decent machine, but the other thing I didn't want to get something that was like so low end that was like impossible to test on either. Do you use some OEM key for OS? So what I got was this guy, which comes with a I'm actually just going to pull this out of here so I don't accidentally flash the key. But it comes with a USB key thing, right? So the image of Windows is on there. But yeah, so that's going to be the next thing that we're going to do. So yeah, I've just got to change my my setup here. And there are a couple things I need to change within the BIOS as well. But we are up and running, so that's a good thing. And I think we've done everything inside the machine that we need to do. So I'm going to go ahead and shut that off. And let's get this cover put back on, which is, it actually has a protective sheeting on the inside of it too that I didn't realize was there earlier. Let's get that off of there. The other thing that surprised me about this case is this panel is actual glass. It's not plastic. Which even my fancy machine it's plastic, right? So I mean, this case really is a hell of a value for 60 bucks, honestly. I probably will be looking at their cases for the next build that I do of any kind, because it's a really nice case, especially for the money. I mean, cases can go for hundreds of dollars, you know, and still not be quite this nice. In some cases. In some cases, no pun intended. So let's get this guy back on. Okay. Fingerprinted the crap out of it, but I can fix that later. Alright, so I can turn off some of this lighting. Move some of this stuff out of the way. And what I'm going to do for right now, let's see, how do I want to, I'm going to stand this up, I think. And I'll put it back here, and then I'll put the monitor in front with the keyboard. And then we'll do a little switcheroo on the OBS sources. Let's see, so let me just... move this guy around here. Move this guy back a little bit further, but not too far. Alright, that under there. That monitor is way overkill for what I need right now, but it is what it is, I guess. Okay. So I've got that. I do actually, I'm going to need a mouse. So I think I can just borrow the mouse that I have hooked up to my work computer for now. Just move this back just so you guys can kind of see what I'm doing in the meantime until I get this source stuff switched around. Get some of these other cables and things out of the way. Fun to see how Kohi runs on a 4 gigabyte machine though. Yeah. Actually, what's funny is I was gonna order a 4 gigabyte GPU and they were out of them. So literally the lowest end one that I could get had 8 gigs. Got a huge desk and mine doesn't even have enough space. I don't even have put a PC case on it. Yeah. There's always some stuff that takes all the places. Yeah, exactly. Like, I have so much crap on my desk right now, especially because of this build. It's kind of insane, actually. My GPU has 6 gigabytes of RAM. Yeah, so my big machine over here has 8 gigs. So it's actually like kind of the same thing. So it might not be quite as low spec as my original intention. But it is what it is, I guess, you know. Hardware has developed so fast that it's actually kind of difficult to find new hardware that's sort of low grade. All right, this should be able to hook in the back of here. There we go. So I've got that. All right, let me, how do I want to do this? So I need to, I guess I need to use my splitter that I normally use for my desktop here. And that's, I guess, how we'll manage this. So I just need a minute to switch over. Have you seen that video where the dude ripped off the plastic from the glass and the glass broke? No. That's terrible. That's absolutely awful. I would be so mad. How forceful do you have to pull it, though, like, in order to actually make that happen? That's kind of nuts, actually. All right. So, I really don't want to, you know what, didn't I have? Just remembered, actually. I actually have a second splitter. Which is perfect, because now I don't have to unhook my other setup. I totally forgot that I had that. So let me just grab, let's see, I need 2 more HDMI cables. All right, cool. So what I can do now is take the cable that runs to the monitor and hook it into this guy. Take the second output and I'll hook it into the cam link. And then this one, the input, goes to the machine. Let's see, so we want, oh, wrong type of cable. Actually, I could use, this does have DisplayPort on it, right? does. Okay, I can get away with that. That'll be fine, I think. Okay. So that's hooked up there. Now I'm going to kill the camera, the main camera anyway. And switch over to where is that one? I just realized you guys probably can't hear anything I was saying the entire time. Can you guys hear me now? Because I think I forgot the audio was tied to that camera that I had used and had been using there. Not for the past minute, no? Okay, perfect. Yeah, so what I'm doing is I'm hooking up a splitter, and I had forgot to actually hook up the power cable, which is why we're not getting any signal. All right, let's see if that does the thing. There we go, I got display on the monitor. Okay, perfect. Looks like you guys can see that okay. Yeah, all right. Awesome. Okay, so BIOS setup. Let's look at, let's see, XMP profile 1. What is the setting for I know there's a setting to sort of unlock the full speed. I'm not sure what it's called on Intel motherboards. Is there like a, yeah, advanced. Let's go advanced. Settings. Let's see. What do they call? I know there's a, because this is this should be running at 3200 megahertz, not 2133. And I know on my other machine there was a setting that I had to flip in order to unlock that. I'm just trying to remember what the heck it was. Maybe I won't worry about it right now. All right, let's do the Windows install. Let's get that going. So at least we have something to boot into, right? How did you set up the screen capture? So I have a, here, I'll go get the box for it. So it's actually a similar setup that I use on my streaming machine. So I have this this Camlink 4K from Elgato. And basically what it is it's a capture card, a USB capture card. So I have that hooked to my Mac. And so the Mac is what I actually run OBS on. And so that's what allows me to like reboot and do this kind of stuff for display capture. And then what I do is from the machine, I use a HDMI splitter. So the graphics card inputs to the splitter, it splits it into two signals. So I have one signal going to the monitor here that I can see, and then one signal goes to the Camlink. And I happen to have two splitters because I was trying different ones. And this one is just fine for 1080p, but not for 4K, which is why I have the other one. And so I basically have that same setup both on that machine and this one. That's how I was able to hook that up. So yeah, I hope that makes sense. It's an HDMI capture card. Yep, have two of them. Yep, exactly. Yeah, so it's pretty straightforward. Okay. So let's go ahead and boot into Windows. Guess I could leave this label thing on there and just rip off the tab. I'll just plug that guy there in the top. And I think everything in the BIOS is fine, so I'm actually just going to reboot. Loading files. Cool. All right. So we want English, keyboard, English, yep, install now. Okay. So this is the part I'm going to have to change screens for a second. Because I don't want to dox my key, you know? And I don't think if I start, if I start typing crap in there, it's gonna show. So let's go with, let's see, I think the ad screen will work. We're not actually running ads, but that'll do. Right. Okay, so I think I typed that right. Perfect. me switch this back. Wrong one. What? That one. There we go. All right. Not that I'm complaining, but are we going to go with entire OS setup, drivers, etc.? Yes, but the other thing that we're going to do is we're also going to set up our dev environment. So we want to make sure that Kohi actually runs on this. And so this will be kind of a good litmus test of what you need to have set up on a brand new setup, Windows setup, to actually run the game engine. Windows install only, yeah, okay, that's fine. Use the whole thing. See, I don't think there's going to be that much in terms of driver install. Like, really, it's just GPU that I'm worried about. And chances are, Windows will probably just grab the right driver anyway. Oh, thank you, Ivo. I appreciate that. Come on, give us that key, right? Usually installs an old one, which is fine. I'll probably just go and actually download the driver anyway. So since it's a live stream, I can't pause and then be like, I'll come back when it's done. It's real time, baby. We're making pretty good time though, considering all the stuff that I had to redo. To be up and running in 2.5 hours is not bad. Eldoris, how's it going? Good to see you. First time chat, welcome. Bought an OEM license once, it was quite cheap. I've updated my computer many times since, but Windows still recognizes the machine. Exactly, yep. No Linux, so not Linux yet. I'm testing on Windows first, and then I'll probably wind up either getting another drive, or I'll dig through my old hard drives, and I'll put a second drive in it, and then I'll install Linux on that. Probably, more than likely, I will probably also I'll do Ubuntu on that one, because that's a pretty commonly used OS, right? So I tested Arch on my main machine, so I'll probably do Ubuntu on this one. But yeah, we are going to be putting Linux on this, just not today. PC I used came with Pro Edition. The only feature I would care about, Sandbox, I haven't tried yet. Maybe useful for playing jam games, but that could be viruses. Yeah, I mean, the only other thing, like, I wonder if I can pull that USB stick yet. I don't know. The only other thing that would be nice that Pro has is like remote desktop, and like it comes with BitLocker too, but I don't really use that, right? So. Will you connect the PC to the internet or just isolate it? I'm probably gonna I'll connect it to the internet while I'm using it. Find it hilarious that there's actually a Windows 11. Didn't they say Windows 10 will be the last one? Yeah, I know. Actually, Windows 12 is actually already in development too. You have to click that restart now button during Windows setup, otherwise your system will know you have a lot of time and will run slower. That'd be terrible if that was the case. Let's see, gotcha. I have dual boot Linux, Manjaro, and Windows both in the same drive. Windows hasn't overwritten my boot sector yet, probably because I disabled some recovery stuff. So yeah, that whole thing right there is the reason I don't do that. So even on my large machine over here, they're on completely separate drives for that reason. So that way I don't have to worry about them trampling each other. I can pull this out now, so I don't forget about it and lose it, because that'd be terrible. I have to admit that Windows install was pretty dang fast right there. Surprised, actually. US keyboard layout, sure. I don't need a second layout for now. Network, yes. Oh, you know what? That reminds me. I have to put the antenna thingers, because my switch is full. I don't actually have an Ethernet port available, unfortunately. So, gotta use wireless for this guy. Let's see. We'll see how well wireless works. Let's see. Oh, that's neat. Well, that might be a problem. So it looks like it only picked up Ethernet and not wireless. How do I skip this? So look at this. Like, okay. There's no skip or cancel button on this. This literally requires you to have a network connection to finish setting it up. That is absolutely bonkers. You can bypass it and Microsoft account? How? Because I'm not seeing a way here. They literally don't let you bypass it anymore. This is one of the reasons I don't use Windows as my primary OS. Right? Just bonk it over the head. Yeah, exactly. Maybe it'll behave. Yeah, I wish. Microsoft is a conglomeration of dinguses. Okay, alright, so let me figure out this network situation real quick. The other question is, do I have a Ethernet cable long enough to reach You know, of all the things I thought I would get hung up on, this definitely isn't the one that I thought would be it. Think, think. See, do I have? All right, so here's the issue. I am going to need the internet for this because I need to actually pull repos and stuff. So I can't exactly like bypass it because that's not really going to help me, right? Shift F10, open a command. OOBE / bypass NRO. I can try it. What is it? Bypass NRO. Oh no, is it going to make me redo all of this? Skip. Ah. I don't have internet. There we go. Limited setup. Thank you for the follow. Do I have to? I mean, I suppose I should probably not dox myself here too. I'm gonna switch to the ad screen again. Hate these security questions too, yep. Let's just get this over with. And sure. Okay, we should be good to switch back now. Okay. So we don't want any of this stuff. Turn off all that crap. Except favorite city, city. Favorite food, food. That's funny. This might take me a few minutes. Maybe I'll get lucky and it'll find the driver for my wireless and I won't have to mess with the Ethernet. Find my device. Does it not know that it's a desktop? I agree. If I can't find my desktop computer, then something else is seriously wrong. If I can't find my desktop computer, chances are I have much larger problems afoot. Happy 4th, by the way. Yep. Happy 4th. Why not just use Linux instead? We are going to be using Linux, right? But we need to use both because I need to test platforms for the engine, right? Almost there. Okay. Alrighty. So first things first. I can't be dealing with all this flashbang crap, right? Dark theme. Much better. Okay. Accent. I don't really care about accent color and all that other stuff. Okay. So, let's actually change. Actually, I don't think it's. Is it display settings? Maybe it is. No, personalize is what I want. Let's go with a dark color. There we go. That way you guys. Oh, that's still pretty bright, isn't it? You know what? Maybe I just don't want. Let's just go black. Can we go black? Oh, not accent color. I want background color. Ay, ay, ay. Why is it only giving... Really? Screw it. Whatever. I don't care. Okay. Network controller. Yeah. So we don't have drivers for that. Oh, the irony of not having drivers to be able to do the thing. Okay. Why does I don't understand why they give like drivers on CD anymore. Like nobody has optical drives installed anymore. I mean, I say that as like I have one in my main machine, but that's because I use it for testing. It's a rarity though. Okay, I guess what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to kill the internet to my desktop PC, which means chat's going to be down for a minute for me. So that I can actually get what I need to get on this. I hope this doesn't mess up the YouTube stream, because that would suck. But it's technically streaming from the laptop, so I think it should be fine. So I'm just not going to be able to see chat for a couple minutes here. Updates. Suppose I could go through and get. Start with update. Oh my god, go away. I just want to use the thing. Go away. Alright. MSI for drivers. Alright, let's do not connected, that's rubbish. Okay. Find product. Motherboards. Motherboards. Product type. What is this? It's the Pro Series. And it's the Z790P. Oops, of course they're not sorted. Why would they be? Z 690. Pro Z790P. Here we go. DDR4. Wi-Fi DDR4. Does it? Yes. That one. Okay. Drivers and downloads. Sure. Okay. BIOS, I don't care about that. I can get that later. Really? These are all? Okay. Stop it. Go away. Okay. That's interesting. Windows Update must have just pulled this down. Sure. Give me all the things. Why not? So as soon as this downloads and I can connect to wireless, I'll put my Ethernet back so I can see chat again. I also see that it looks like it's not displaying for you guys anymore, which is weird. Probably because it's screwing with my display driver right now. Yeah, you guys are going to see a lot of flashing and stuff. It's because it's messing with the display driver. Hopefully this won't take too much longer. wonder why it keeps... Let me try switching this to a different device and switching it back. Yeah, I think it just doesn't like the splitter because it's Intel network drivers. There we go. That's what I need. So again, chat will be chat's offline for me right now, but as soon as we're done here and I can reboot, we should be okay. Actually, still waiting. Apparently MSI's website is not the quickest for download drivers from. Alright. Still doing this. Let's see if I can remember my Dingus password. Let me just check something while I'm waiting for that. Okay. So now I'm on the Wi-Fi. I should be able to switch this back. And hopefully we should be good. Oh, my Discord's back. Okay. All right, so I don't know if, I guess any chats that you guys have sent, I haven't seen them, so I'm not sure if let's see. Can you guys actually still hear me? Am we actually still streaming? Should be. Just gonna reload the stream manager. Okay, good. All right. It looks like the YouTube side is kind of maybe not doing so well. Oh, yep, there it is. Okay, just a refresh there. Okay, perfect. All right, so let me see if I can figure out why the capture isn't working, because I'm pretty sure you guys can't see that. So let me actually try. I'm gonna try restarting real quick, because Windows updates are a thing. Yeah, maybe replug. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to. I did that once. Maybe it's the cam link itself that doesn't like it. I might actually have to reset that thing. Let's see. Maybe when the computer actually like finishes rebooting, it'll be back. I wonder if it just restarted so many times that just the cam link doesn't know what to actually do with it. Let's try replugging the cam link. Almost seems like it doesn't like the frame rate or something. Which is really bizarre. It's like it runs for 2 seconds and then shuts back off. You saw Windows closing? Yeah. It's like it comes back and then it goes away again. I wonder if it's OBS that's like tripping at this point. Which that would really suck, because that would mean I have to restart the stream in order to fix that. Let me try replugging this completely. Switch to a different device. we'll switch to that one, right? And then plug this back in and switch to this. Really does not seem to like that. Maybe I have to restart the splitter. Nope. Well, that's problematic. And he's gone. There was a screen capture for a few seconds. Yeah, exactly. Just aiming the webcam at the monitor. I'm hoping it'll be fine when it restarts. We'll have to see. It's 96% of the way there, it says. So it's updating. Yep. It's updating. I forgot about this part of it. Yeah, it said it had like, I guess it pulled like, I don't know, I think it was like 12 gigs worth of updates. Even though I just purchased that copy of Windows 11, I guess it's still. My Windows 11 device seems to have come with a new version. It updated real fast. Yeah. This, I guess, wasn't that new. Full screen Travis equals best Travis. I don't know about that. My hair is all messed up and stuff right now. Okay, so no signal. That's because it actually is physically rebooting. Okay, and it still says no signal even though I have the login screen here. So that's not great. There we go, maybe. Maybe. No, it went black again. Why is it doing that? Let me see if there's maybe something. Maybe if I swap the order that these things are plugged into the splitter. I know that sounds kind of crazy, but I've run into crazier. Look at this crazy wallpaper they put there. Seriously? Why is my capture not working all of a sudden? So we have that. Does not seem to want to do the thing. Well, isn't that just a bummer? And he's gone again. Yep. Gone again. Let me see something actually. I wonder if this is like using a weird refresh rate. Let me see. Where are the, here we go, advanced. 59.94 hertz. Why can't we use 60 hertz? okay. This also supports 75 hertz. I don't think the splitter does, though. Let me try putting these back in the way they were. I don't know what to do about that. Unplug the cam link again. Don't know what to make of that. Maybe I'll try a different USB port. Again, on the list of things that I didn't think was going to be a problem today. I wonder if I can... I wonder if there's a way to, like, restart that somehow. It's Mercaday, yes it is. I completely unplugged the capture card and HDMI and tried to plug in the monitor without the capture. So the monitor works. So try to first plug in the monitor without the capture. I'm not sure what you mean. Yeah, because like if you actually, I don't know if you can see it, but like the monitor itself works. Right, the output to that display actually works. It's the capture, like you guys can't see it as far as I can tell. It just says no signal from Elgato on there. And that's the annoying bit. Just completely unplug everything. Yeah, I could do that, I suppose. I'll try hooking the graphics card directly into the capture and see what I get there. It's definitely not what I want, but we'll see what we get. Oh, I think I have to switch this again. No signal still. Reseat it at the GPU level and see what we get. Alright, that seems to work. I guess I could just try to use the machine through OBS. So at least you guys can see what's going on. That's more than a little terrible, but I guess it'll work, right? I guess it doesn't like my splitter for some reason. It did just fine at first, but... Okay. Capture cards can be finicky. I got a cheap one for my gaming console, and it never wants to work. Yeah. I did apply the 60 Hz settings, yeah. Although this thing only... Oh, this thing is talking about 30 Hertz. Wait a minute, what resolution did this set? Oh, this went straight to 4K when I hooked that up. That is not what I wanted to do. Right, so we want that, and then maybe that was the problem, right? Because this should be 60 Hertz. I wonder if it was trying to, okay. That is interesting. I think the issue was you didn't unplug the capture at all from your main PC. It got confused from the driver install. Yeah, but that should have been fixed on the reboot, right? So like if I change this again, put this back, plug this back in here. All right, and the splitter is actually off right now, so I plug its power back in. See, it comes up for a second, and then it goes black on the capture, but it stays fine here. Let me try changing to like a stupid different setting. Yeah, see, like 75 Hertz, 59.54. That one it doesn't seem to like at all. I don't get it. All right, I guess I'm just gonna have to hook it straight in. I don't really have time to diagnose this anymore. We gotta get moving. Got other stuff to do, so I'm just gonna have to do it the hard way. Windows 11 is making me cringe. I can accept 10, but 11 is too much. I can't handle it. Yeah, it doesn't like the monitor or splitter. Oh, that's a good point. Maybe it's a resolution issue. That's a solid point. Maybe it doesn't like... Maybe that's why it's pooping itself. Let's try. Let's try something lower than 1080p, right? Because it does it for like a second and then it goes away. So let's try, I don't know, 1760 by 990. Well, 1280 by 720. I don't understand. Yeah, exactly. I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. I'm blaming Windows on this one. All right. Well, I guess we're just going to use a straight patch into the capture device. Because apparently my splitter is like pooping itself or something. I'm not really sure what's going on. That's really annoying, but it is what it is, I guess. Oops, I don't want that. I want... Let's go with that one. I also don't need these things. I'm beginning to think it's actually like the Camlink driver itself is just foobar. So you don't normally use Windows right like at all. I do, I mean I do have to use it for work. I do use it when I need to test stuff or for some games, but yeah, as a rule I don't really use it anymore. I mean I have done for a long time, but I try not to use Windows on purpose these days. Purely by accident. I guess, okay. Install Total Command next. Maybe it's because of the HDMI DRM. Ooh, maybe that's it. I didn't think about that. Okay, you know what? I don't need to do this. Let's just get rid of that. Okay. So first things first. Let's do away with this and get rid. Or instead of do this, we'll do. Let's get a real browser. Normally recommend you split the HDMI signal and not to split the screen into two or something. That's exactly what I'm trying to do. Yeah, I have an HDMI splitter. And it was working in BIOS, but for some reason it just stopped working, right? So this is actually like a hardware splitter. You know, so it's got one input and two outputs. Why not Linux? We are going to be doing Linux, just not today. All right. Sure. Do I really have to set it individually? Okay, I'm not changing all that here. All right, let's move on. So we can get rid of this. And let's do, I guess the first thing is going to be the big one. Right, we need this guy for Windows. Bye-bye Edge, we'll never need you again. Yeah, exactly. Windows spelled with a Z. Yes, I agree. Totally agree. I don't, I try not to use Windows on purpose, but we are using it because this is a test machine, right? So we need to test that the environment works. Is it needed to use the engine, or what are you testing? So it's to test the engine. And so let's see, I think I can probably get rid of that for now. Oh god, this is really small doing this through OBS. Let me see if I can make this a little bit. I can't make it any larger, can I? Sweet, okay. Alright, so for this we are going to need desktop development with C++. Mobile development? I don't, you know what, let's check it anyways, because we're going to support that eventually. We're not going to do power by direct. I wonder if I should, what does this include? Wow, you can grab Unreal Engine installer right from here now. That's kind of crazy. Also a little ridiculous, but all right. Also, I think there's a way to grab Clang in here, isn't there? Pretty sure there is. I think this is the new way of doing it, so we don't have to install it like separately. Maybe it's further down. I don't need Copilot. That can cock right off. Let's see. No, we are going to have to do VS as well. Where is the... I know there's a way to install Clang through here somewhere. At least I thought there was. That's what people have been talking about. Here we go. Clang tools for Windows. Need that, so that we don't have to install it separately. Okay, so we have that. Install while downloading. Yeah, let's do that. And then install. I think I got everything I need. Could you give a bit of information on NeoVim in the meantime? I'm considering to switch from VS to something more lightweight and cross-platform, but VS Code doesn't work very well with C++. It actually does, if you have the right plugins installed. But yeah, I actually have a... There's an article right there. I'll put this on the YouTube side as well, that details my actual NeoVim setup. So I wrote up an article on all the plugins and setup that I use on that, and it's mostly up to date, and it's a cross-platform setup, so I'm able to use the same configuration for Windows, Mac, and Linux. There is a way to use C, C++ on VS. Yes. All right, let's see. Don't forget BusyBox. What is BusyBox? I'm not sure what that is. Do you actually need Visual Studio? I thought there was an LLVM installer for Windows. So I need like the header files and all that, and it comes with Visual Studio. Plus, I use it to test other things on occasion, so I'm just going to install it and roll with that. MS Build tools are available standalone. That's true. Well, like I said, I do use it for other projects, so. I don't use it as an IDE, like never, but sometimes projects that are written using it, I need a way to open it, right? Oh, the IntelliSense on VS is it bad? It's only good when you use Clang. Oh, interesting. Okay, so that's the way I've been using it. So maybe that's why I didn't have any issues with it. Compile commands JSON thingy. Yeah. Fair enough. Tomatoes cannot be trusted. First time chat. How's it going? I love the name, by the way. Let's see. I have oh, there was a stretch redeem 41 minutes ago. Should probably do that. At least when I was using the Vulkan, the parsing was very slow, and constant IntelliSense would just die. I never had any of those problems with it, honestly. Weird. How's the NeoVim experience, though? Did you use VS before? Was it easy to learn? Was it comfy? The experience is great once you get used to it. Is it easy to get used to? Absolutely not. It took probably a good couple weeks of daily driving it before I was comfortable with the Vim motions, even on a basic level. And then it took months for me to actually get used to it and be quick enough with it to work with it full time. But now that I've switched to it, I can't imagine switching back because I've gotten so much faster with it versus any of the other editors. So it's not an easy path to get there, but once you're there, it's freaking awesome. I love it. Let's see. Microsoft's compiler does not follow the C and C++ standard. Yep. Nope, not at all. It's easy to write code that does not compile on any other compiler. Yep. Yeah, and you have to if-def it. I mean, you have to do some of that anyways, but yes. Any tips for the beard? All I would say to that is make sure to condition it. That's it. Just condition it once in a while. I had a shock when using C++ on Linux versus Windows because I was so used to the Windows way. Yeah, so the Windows way is completely different than the average way of doing things on other operating systems like Mac or Linux. The Windows way is very different. NeoVim is a pathway to power some consider unnatural. True. I heard people doing cross-compile just to avoid MSVC. Yep. That's why I use Clang across the board, just so I don't have to deal directly with MSVC. I have a beard. I've not touched it since the first day, but I'm now 25, but it's not like yours. Majestic. I appreciate that. Yeah, for the longest time, mine wouldn't grow in either, or I couldn't have one for one reason or another, so I'm finally at the point where I can actually grow it out. It's pretty neat. You know, the only drawback to it is right now where I am, it's hot. So that plus my long hair is kind of hot, but it'll be glorious in the winter, for sure. All right, are we done yet? Nope. Still installing. I guess I don't know if that included Git for Windows or not. Actually, should probably look into that. Move this back a little bit. The MSVC debugger sucks. Is there a bug? There's a bug in it which I reported a long time ago, and they won't fix it. That's not a surprise. I've not felt air on my chin for 8 years. I feel you. Yeah. Yeah. So this has been. Actually, I don't know how long I've been growing this out. Maybe a year. I actually don't know. It's probably been a year. Maybe not, because I think I started this. I think I actually started growing this out in the cold season. I think. So maybe not quite a year. Let's see if Kohi will crash too using that debugger, right? I suppose I could do that. But yeah, I'm gonna try the standard way first, and then we'll go from there. Now you just need to move to the woods and start full-time lumberjack work. I mean, I know you mean that as a joke, but like it sounds nice every once in a while. I find that the older that I get, I just want to go somewhere with like a big piece of land where everybody else can just F off. And I just want a big piece of land where I can just, you know, enjoy peace and quiet. It does sound nice, yeah. It honestly does. Becoming Java X9 again. Yeah. My hair is not quite long enough, but I can at least pull it back now. But have you tried Odinlang? I have not. It's on my list of languages to try. I just haven't had the time. This installation feels different. I use Visual Studio. This feels different. It is. This is the full-blown VS. Yeah. The one you're talking about is a much smaller thing, which we're going to install that too. But just because this install is so huge, I don't want to do anything else while it's doing it. The prohibited one, yeah. VS. I'm not allowed to say that on stream because it's family-friendly stream, right? Okay. We recommend rebooting soon to clean up any remaining files. See, this is... Like, why is this necessary? Like, we're not... Why do you have to reboot for this? I don't understand this mentality. This is just an application. Like, what is there that you can't clean up now without a reboot? I don't... Help me understand. But we'll follow the stupid advice. We'll do the thing. Have you tried RADDBG or RAD debugger? I have not yet. However, the reason for that is because it is not running on Linux yet. So I don't want to switch over to that until it actually has full-blown, like, proper Linux support. It's also in alpha right now, so he's still working out a bunch of bugs. It looks like a pretty good debugger, but sort of when I'm in production with something, I don't necessarily want to be using alpha tools, right? Except for the tools that I'm trying to develop, because I don't want to like hit a roadblock because of tooling. It looked pretty rad. Yes, it does. This is because of React. React caused this. I'm also sort of not kidding. Should React be another censor word? You know, should we bleep React? It's definitely vile. Should be bleeped. So we'll just say vote for it? Awesome. All right. So here's our login. Okay, so we have that done. Let's get rid of this stupidness. Unpin and pin. All right, and now we're going to use the thing that should not be named, because I know there's a lot of you out there that use it, so I need to support it as well. So we're going to download that. It's awful. Everyone using it should feel bad because their apps are bad performance-wise. Sorry, not sorry. Yeah, and if you think that one's bad, try Angular. It's worse. Really don't need to launch that at the moment. All right, so let's open up a terminal and let's do I did spell that right? Okay. Let's go there, right? So our development folder is where we're going to put all of our stuff. Do we have Git? Nope. So we need Git. 32, get from 64-bit. There we go. Where's Pac-Man on PowerShell? Right. I know there's WinGet and there's Chocolatey and there's other stuff too, but I don't know. I feel like people don't quite understand like how to use those things. So I try to use the things that most people would use, at least in terms of this kind of thing. Let's see. Within reason, there are some things I refuse to use, like full-blown Visual Studio. All right, let's see, get from and third-party software. Yep. Commit Unix style line endings. That's what we want. Min-tty to use with git bash, that's fine. Fast forward merge is what we want. Credential manager is what we want. Okay. Sudo consoles and built-in file system. No, I don't need any of that. Okay. I installed PowerShell on Linux Manjaro because my game engine uses PowerShell to invoke premake and I don't want to maintain many scripts. Yeah, I get that. At this point, Windows has moved so much away from CLI, I just do everything through GUI. Yeah, I mean, I would argue though that that CLI has actually gotten a little bit better on Windows. Particularly with the terminal and some of the things they've done with PowerShell. It still sucks, but it's better. It sucks less. I don't need release notes, so we can finish that. This guy, I'm thinking I'm probably going to have to relaunch this. Yep. There we go. Okay, so we have Git. So let's see. Oh, the other thing that I need is so we have that. Let me see. Where is my terminal? So we need that. I don't think we have make installed. I don't think that comes with any of this stuff. Nope. So we need make for Windows. So let's see. We need the binaries. Oh wait, setup. Accept sources. Yes, this one. All right. Yes, I accept the agreement. GNU 132, binaries documentation, make, sure. Okay. Now this is probably going to need, let's actually just do this. What is it? I think I actually have to go to program files, GNU 132, bin, make. Yeah, so I think I actually have to add this to path. Environment variables. So let's see, we don't want user, we want system. Path, edit, new. Okay, 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 and we should be able to, let's see, another one. Really? Do I have to reboot for that? How's it going, Mr. Arnie? Do you also use Docker? Yes, I do on occasion. Yep. Did you know that you now have a package manager of Windows that can install most software? If you're talking about Winget, yes, I do know about that one. But I feel like that's not always up to date necessarily. You don't like the idea of using Linux on Windows? Well, there's WSL, right? I think people who show Rust because they hate C fundamentally misunderstand the point of C. Rust thinks that devs are stupid all the time, but we can be off sometimes by this much. Give me a break. Yeah, I mean, Rust is just a wrapper around C, more or less, in a way. Okay, so we don't need this. Why is... I added that to the path, right? Do I have to reboot? I probably have to reboot to make that stick. It's annoying, but let's do it. Yeah, I relaunched the terminal already, and it didn't pick it up. I like apt. Apt is good. Since I got used to Pacman, I'll never want to use another package manager. Yeah, that's fair. Apt is fine, Pacman is fine. If you used one of them, you've used all of them. It's just different syntax, right? Okay. All right, so now does it work? Yay. Okay. It's kind of stupid that I had to reboot for that, but whatever. Okay. So, let's go to the GitHub repo. Oh, you know what? There is one thing I have to grab first before that. The old Vulkan SDK. Kind of need that. Let's see. Windows 1.3283. Well, I guess it can't hurt to just grab the latest one. I think that's slightly newer than the one I have on my big machine, but whatever. Shouldn't matter. Curious what you Rust C chatters think about the Zig by comparison. Yeah, true. Why is there no link to the Vulkan SDK on your GitHub page? Oh, you know what? That's a good point, because I think I talked about the prerequisites there, right? So technically that is a thing, right? Let's see. Let's grab some of this stuff. SDK 32-bit. No, I don't need 32-bit. We're not doing that. Yeah, really, that's all we need. I think really we don't even really need that, but. All right, so let that install. By the way, you can also keep your computer running overnight. Every few days, it'll just do some stupid update and restart automatically, killing all the running apps and destroying your progress. Yep. Unless you disable Windows Update, which if I ever do decide to use this for automated processes, I'd probably do. Okay. I guess we can run this thing. We'll just leave that open for reference. And then I'll go back here. I'll probably need to get a new terminal. What is it? Is it Vulkan Cube or VK Cube? I can never remember. Vulkan Cube. There's a VK Cube. I can never remember. Oh, it's probably gonna make me reboot again because it's a path change, I think. Vulkan Cube. All right, well that's a positive. So we know Vulkan works. Sweet. I am gonna have to reboot again though because I do need that path update. So let me check one thing before I do that. Path edit. That's kind of what I thought. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe it's not in there. I think it's Vulkan SDK. It is there. Okay, so we need these to be active. Which annoyingly, the system level ones require a reboot. I mean, technically they require a I think a log out and log back in, but whatever. I'll reboot just to be safe. Now on an AMD GPU. Yep. GitHub was initially built in C, C++. Later they switched the language to Rust. That's their prerogative, I guess, right? All right. So let's go here. We're just going to use the old HTTPS clone because I'm not going to bother with SSH certificates and stuff right now. I can do all that stuff offline. I don't need that to work to validate that all this stuff works. Oops, let me go to all right, and we want the did I spell that right? Nope. Feature reorg, I think is what I called it. Oh, git branch A. Oh, duh. That's probably why this didn't work, because I wasn't actually in the folder. What a dingus. Okay, so status. Oops, why is it caps lock? Okay, cool. So let's open this guy for debugging purposes. Yes, we do. We want to trust all of these. And then it should automatically grab all the plugins that we need. For debugging purposes and all that stuff. Need to enter the folder first? Yeah, exactly. Yep. Dingus moment there. All right, I think it's done. So let's do a build. Okay, I'm seeing errors there. What did I forget to do? Cannot find this file specified. Didn't we validate that Clang was there? Wow, really? I could have swore that I said install that. I hate that error message, which file? Yeah, exactly. Core installer, let's see. Clang tools for Windows. That should have included the Clang compiler. So why can I not? I wonder if I need... Oh, the VS dev prompt? Ugh, really? I didn't think about that. That should be... Yeah, that might be what it is. Let me see if this one does it. Okay, it's going to make me do this manually. Okay. I want build debug. Where'd it go? Oh, I bet it... Wait. Okay, what? Should be available in the terminal if you try to open a new tab. Yeah, it is. The problem is my batch script, like if it fails, it calls exit, which clobbers the terminal, and then I can't see the actual error, which apparently this is exactly what that's doing. It should exit the script though. It shouldn't actually close the terminal. I'm not sure why it did that. So I guess I'll try it within the terminal. Development, right? Build debug. Okay. Unresolved external. I'm going to guess that means that I'm missing maybe the Windows SDK. I thought that was in here somewhere. Oh, you bastard. There it is right there. Okay. It's probably going to mean another reboot. There is an x64 prompts version, yeah. Completely unrelated question to what you're doing right now, but which terrain LOD technique did you go for in your engine? Was it clip map, hierarchical quad trees, or continuous tessellation? So, I guess technically none of those. I mean, yeah, it really is none of those. It was kind of a... So what I did was, for my LODs, I use different lists of indices. So I have terrain chunks, which are like 16 by 16. That size is configurable. And then within each chunk, the base level of detail is it uses all of the vertices, right? And then the next level of detail down from that, it skips a vertex each way as it goes along, right? And so you use every other vertex, right? Which is basically just another list of indices, right? And so each level of detail I go, I basically cut the number of indices in half and skip vertices as I go, and then it's distance based from there. So I don't actually have different mesh data or anything like that. It's sort of chunk based tessellation, but it's can I call it tessellation though? Because tessellation is technically when you're adding geometry, right? It's with indices and not actually tessellation. Yeah, because the vertex data doesn't change. So there's basically like, I think there's 5 or 6 different sets of vertex data. And those, or I'm sorry, 5 or 6 different sets of index data. And depending on what LOD you're rendering, it will just render that list of indices. And that's how we get it. Inverse tessellation. I'm pretty sure there's an actual word for that, and I just can't think of what it is. Okay, so let's see if... Yeah, see, it does kill the process every time. That's really annoying. Okay. So let's do... oops. That's the wrong... So, automatically defaults to that one. Okay, so I'm going to have to be explicit and do this. God, this is really annoying. I'm going to have to revisit my setup notes and figure out how to make this come up by default. I just don't remember how to do it. Okay, so let's do build debug. Yeah, it's the same thing. That means I'm probably gonna have to restart again. Fun. Is it in the path variable? I think it's partially, and part of it's in the path variable. Yeah. Make an environment variable like dev that gets you to see blah 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 kohi. Yeah. I wonder if the tilde will work. So like if I do that, no, because it always starts off and that's too, okay. Development kohi. Build debug. What am I missing then? You know what? Should be able to look up exactly. Did it not copy? Sure, whatever. This seems like something completely unrelated. What I've been doing is loading dynamic LOD with hierarchical chunking, so the chunks are always the same, 32 by 32, but depending on the distance to the camera, I stretch, contract, and spawn more chunks as necessary. That makes sense. Did I somehow install x86 Windows? No, I don't think so. x86, x64, yeah. But why is it conflicts with target machine type x86? I mean, target machine type x86. Oh, is it maybe the wrong? Oh, you know what? Maybe it's the wrong. Maybe this is the wrong one. Right? Like maybe I need to do what was it? VC. I think I have to browse to it. Program files. Oh, where's the path for that? Norton, what? No, 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 no. That is not acceptable. We're gonna get rid of that. Ain't nobody got time for that. I wonder why. Environment initialized for x64. What did this other one say? Didn't say that. So yeah, that's probably it. But why don't I have that option in here? Oh, maybe developer PowerShell is what I need. I don't know. Let's try it on this one first. All right, so CD. I don't think CD tilde is gonna. Yeah. So CD users. Dev. Yeah, see, it instantly kills my window, which is really annoying. Yeah, I think the MSI installer is what got me. I shouldn't have skipped through that quite so quickly. Yeah. Let's get rid of that. No, skip. Not going to tell you why. Might want to disable UAC, that annoying pop-up. Yeah, maybe. I actually, so strangely enough, the installer did not actually come from the website. I hadn't downloaded it yet. I said Windows Update, go ahead and look for the updated driver, and then while it was doing that, I went to go look for it, and then Windows Update actually found it and downloaded it. Interestingly enough. Restart. Okay, fine. Norton, worst software ever. Yeah, I agree. I don't know though, but McAfee was worse. Yeah, I think it was trying to use the 32-bit tool set. McAfee is probably worse. Yeah, it was at least back in the day. All right. McAfee made a video how to uninstall McAfee. That's funny. All right. Yes, this is exactly what I would like to do. Where's the dang path for it, though? Here we go. Create your own command prompt shortcut. I mean, this seems kind of dumb, but sure. Let's do that. Let me see if I can add it to the terminal. Default profile. See, why would they only give me these versions instead of like the 64-bit version? That's dumb. I guess we could try it that way. And then where is, I know there's a way in here for adding a new profile. Here we go. Let's do a duplicate of this one. But oh, look at this though, ArcX64. Developer command prompt for VS2022 copy. So that was using the x64. Help me understand that. Kaspersky is not any better? No, I think they're all rubbish. I guess let's try that, right? Save. Okay. Oh, nice. It completely just failed and pooped itself. Sweet. Let's try that again. Actually, you know what? Let's actually just... How do I... You're gonna add a new one, but you can't delete? Is that... Look at all this stuff in the PowerShell version. And again, that's also grabbing the 64-bit. So I don't understand why that's failing. Same thing. Conflicts with target machine type x86. So interestingly, this is never something that I dealt with. Install and claim the other way. And you can see even this one says an environment initialized for x64. So that's still not it. There's something else. There's something else going on here. Your build script is probably doing something wrong, but it doesn't do anything wrong on all the other machines, right? Very strange. I wonder if I'm missing... I wonder if I'm missing something in here. Maybe your other machine defaults to x64 and this one to x86. Gotta be explicit, maybe. M64. Yeah, because I can't imagine that would be any of these things. I guess let me look on my large machine. Oh, good. The installer crashes on my large machine. Perfect. I wonder if I need, like, one of these other Windows 10 SDKs or something. What was the, let's see, PowerShell default to command prompt, I guess. I think there's a way to like make the default profile that. Maybe this actually has a setting for it too. That might make it a little bit easier. Terminal, PowerShell. I think there was a could have swore there was a way to actually change that in here too. Terminal. Integrated. Customize the switch term. Oh, you know what? I'm also not using Hero Dev. Thank you for the raid of 16. How's it going? What'd you get up to on stream? I'm probably not the first guy to say this, but with the camera angle and everything, you kind of look like the programmers are also human guy. Yeah. How'd your stream go today? Thank you for the raid. What we're working on here is we built a new machine for testing our game engine on that has different hardware on it than my normal big dev machine. Specifically a different class of GPU and CPU and all that stuff. So I'm working on getting this set up to actually work as a sort of a dev terminal as well, so I can actually test the engine on that. And we've actually gotten pretty far. I'm just dealing with stupid Windows specific issues now. So that's kind of where we're at. Good, just managed to build a BVH with 4 children that will be ported to the GPU next time. That's awesome. I saw that you started doing that the other day on stream. I was watching. Very cool stuff. If you guys aren't following Hero Dev, by the way, he's another Vulkan dev on here on Twitch, and he is a gigachad when it comes to Vulkan stuff. So definite shout out to Hero Dev. If you're not following him, definitely go do so, because he's way better than that with that stuff than I am, for sure. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid. And that's pretty much what we're doing right now, is just trying to get this new machine set up so we can actually test some stuff. Appreciate the follow, by the way. Okay, so let's see, can we actually... This runs this. So I'm thinking maybe I can just run this target in here. I don't know if this is going to work, but let's try it. All right, so we'll kill this one. Open up a new one. That doesn't look like it did a dang thing. So did we or did we not update it? I thought we did. Windows exec. I guess it doesn't like this whole thing. So that's kind of sucky. You can just run the dev command prompt from your build script. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could, right? You're talking about just call this, right? I suppose I could. That's kind of a not ideal, I suppose, but I suppose since this is Windows only, I suppose I could do it this way. So let's see, I need, I guess build all would probably be the one I'd want to add that to. So I could do call, and then that, I believe. I think that's how you do it. Don't fully remember. So we'll find out. Okay. Let's see what we got. 64-bit is required on Windows. Why is it trying to invoke the 32-bit tool set? Let me open up this and see if there's a different one I can call instead. VS dev command. MS build. But why is there no... Thank you for the follow, by the way. Appreciate it. Need to give it an argument, or use the one that VC vars 64. Oops, cancel. So it should be in, you're saying it should be Program Files, Microsoft, Visual Studio 2022, Community VC, Auxiliary, Build, VC var 64. Copy as path. That should be like the default one if that's the one that works. Let's see. Oh, of course it includes quotes. Nice. And we're back to where we were before. Yeah, initialize for x64, right? But then it's bleating that the target machine type is x86. I can't help but think at this point that maybe it like installed a 32-bit version of Clang. Is what I'm really beginning to wonder. At least we're in the editor now, yeah. Well, the term Clang is in... Okay, you know what? I'm going to install Clang the way that I've always installed Clang instead of relying on the stupid Visual Studio installer. Because I think that is the root of all the problems. I'm just going to do... because I don't want to have to use that stupid developer prompt anyway. So, let's see. LVM download page. Oh, that's documentation. That's not what I want. Download. Okay, here we go. Let's see, LOVM. I think that's what I'm going to need, but yeah, I think it's going to be this one. Is the Windows install itself 64-bit? Yeah, I don't think Windows 11 even comes in 32-bit. I mean, even on the package itself, it says it requires a 64-bit processor. Run anyway, you dongus. Is it doing the thing? Here we go. Path for all users. Yes, that is what we want. This is the way I've always done it, as opposed to doing it through the Visual Studio installer, so still think your script is somehow messing things up, but I don't see how, because it works everywhere else, right? If the script was an issue, I'd be getting like lots of reports of people saying it doesn't work. And I've never had to add any of that stuff before. I've had issues using Clang version VS installs. Yeah, I'm wondering, I really think that's it, right? I was just trying it because people have been talking about, oh, you can just install Clang that way, but I question that, so I've already wasted way more time on it than I probably should have. So what I'm going to do now, just for good measure, because this is Windows, reboot. Clang is a cross compiler, so it should just support x64. Exactly, yeah. Don't need to restart? Yeah, but it's Windows. Anytime you do anything that updates the system path, you could restart, but like terminals and stuff get weird about it if you don't. So I'd rather just err on the side of caution and reboot instead of, you know, not doing that and then potentially fighting something that could have been solved by a reboot. All right, so okay, no input files. All right, so that's good. So cd development kohi build debug bat. Oh, this might mess up because I edited that build script. I actually don't want to be doing this. I wonder if I need to... Okay, I wasn't sure. Dev, okay, build, debug. Same freaking error. All right, I'm gonna have to look this up. As stupid as that sounds. let's see. I guess we could do this. Notice you're doing multi-boot with Windows Arch. Do you have Secure Boot enabled and UEFI for that? I'm looking to do a very similar thing. Do I have it enabled? I think I do. Or did I have to disable it specifically? I can't remember now. I set it up like 3 years ago, so I don't honestly remember. For Windows 10, you don't need Secure Boot, but I'm running Windows 11 on... That's technically my other machine. This is a brand new one that we're looking at here. Wait. This is Visual Studio specific. I don't need project properties. There is no project. Let me see something stupid. Oops, I don't want the installer, I want the actual thing itself. Skip that. Dark, sure. Another reason I don't use Visual Studio. Look how long it takes to start up. Madness. Did you install correct claim for x64? I did. Wait a minute, I had the exact same issue when I configured my own setup and was related to that VCVAR's bat file that launched the wrong environments. I'll find my notes from back then. Yeah, I think it's... Let's see, let's do new project. And then let's do an empty project. C++, perfect. Don't care what it's called. I just want to see something. It says target machine is x86. That seems fishy. So I think the build script passes x86 to somewhere, but the build script doesn't pass that. That's the thing. Yeah, see, x64 is available in here. That's all I wanted to see. So the build script literally all this does is passes off a call to a makefile, right? Either an executable makefile or a library makefile, right? It passes a bunch of arguments, whatever. But in those makefiles, like, there's literally just ultimately what's called it's just clang, right? Plus all the flags, which none of the flags for Windows are anything that says, hey, use x64. Pretty sure x86 is the default. So what I really need is, like, is there a system setting that I forgot somewhere? See, like, I shouldn't have to do that. Right? Like, this shouldn't be necessary. I've never had to do that. You had to specifically add machine x64 as my system defaulted to x86. You see an x86? Where did you see x86? Right, so this is just saying if we happen to be on that architecture, right? Which it doesn't do anything. I could probably remove these, right? Like it literally is just, well, that one's for Darwin, right? But this one is the only other one, right? And it doesn't do anything. Ton of legacy stuff that doesn't exist today, yep. What you see in Visual Studio is MSVC, not Clang, yes. My VS solution defaults to x64, yep. Yeah, so does mine. When I create a new one, it defaults to that. But like I shouldn't have to add this. I've never had to do that before. Yeah, like we're not using them in GW. Let me see something. I was just wondering if there's like a Clang 64 in here or something like that, but there's not. Right, the download that I grabbed was LLVM for Win64. So it's not like I installed the wrong one either. Weak files aren't that popular in Windows as far as I know, so it could be suboptimal to work with. I mean, yes and no, but the reason I went that way is so that we have, you know, the same sort of build system across platforms, and it's worked up till now, except on this machine for some reason. Yeah, I mean, I suppose I could be explicit about it, right? So this is saying I need to add this, which is, why can't I copy that? All right, so let's assume that that's the issue, right? Right, so these are, I think that was a linking issue, right? So I guess we could put it in both. Sure. I'll do this for Windows only. Right, so I'll do it there, and then I'll do it I don't know if I need to do it there. Let's try that. I might actually need to Okay. Where is application? Nope, not telemetry. Features, terminal. There we go. All right, so it apparently doesn't like this. So, oh, you know what? There is one other change. One other thing that I didn't grab. I wonder if this is it. I am using the new PowerShell, so maybe that's it. Let's see. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Am I blind? PowerShell 7. I suppose I could do winget. Sure, where's the, here we go. No package found matching the input criteria. Well, I'm glad their own article on it points me in the wrong direction. Sure, I guess I'll just use the MSI package. Sure. I'll tell you why I'm doing this. Because in here, oops. Because in here, where did that go? I can just do that. So now that should fix the issue of being able to do this. Except I'm probably gonna have to relaunch this. Really? You can't find it? If this was Linux, I'd have been set up a long time ago. so I guess maybe we do. Oh, did I mess up the EXE? Alright, that's possible. I am working on like a really tiny screen, so let's see, it was application, or was it features, I think. Features, terminal. Oh my god, I did. Derp. Okay. Interesting. Did it hijack my... Okay. One task. Clean. Okay. So this makes a little bit more sense. I needed the OpenAL SDK installed. Forgot about that. So that is available. I actually saved myself a link to it in the repo, I believe. I have to go on to the... Did I put it here? Yes. Let's see. OpenAL installer. Okay. So I might have to actually, let's see, build. Okay, I may actually have to relaunch this. That was fast, one click, yeah. OpenAL is pretty lightweight. I didn't think it was quite that fast though. Installation complete, I guess so. I think this is gonna make me reboot again. I'm just gonna do it to be safe. For a second I thought this Tetris theme was from a Zelda game. Yeah. Don't know about your goal for this game engine. If it's not commercial, then you don't need too much time or money for it. Yeah, I mean, I expect that it'll be used commercially eventually. All right, why is it not able to find OpenAL? Do I have to do... Did I have to do some environment variable shenanigans in here? I don't remember. Let me just look on my other machine here. I don't think so. Okay. So when we're dealing with OpenAL, actually we need the build all bat. So here is the OpenAL plugin. Program files, OpenAL 1.1 SDK include. So let's take this, I guess. So let's take the single quotes around it too. Wow, dang it. And let's go to here. Program files x86. Interesting. So it doesn't like the space there, I guess. Program files x86 OpenAL 1.1 SDK is unavailable. Okay. Where did it put it then? OpenAL. The installer is here. This doesn't make any sense. There's nothing in here. Like, why did it just copy that single file over? I wonder. Oh, I bet I know what happened. So we were talking about that that install being stupid fast, right? I'll bet it was because it was executed from in the zip file, and I'll bet that screwed something up. Maybe I need to run it from here. Or not. Oops. Open. God. Windows installer. This is such a small, like, sure, extract, run. I wonder if this just poops itself on what's in the SDK. This is what I'm supposed to dump. Okay, so what was that other thing then? So one's the core SDK, and then the other is the Windows installer. This would be the one I assumed I needed for Windows, but apparently it was this one. Okay. Okay, built, run. Okay. All right, so we have errors, which I'm not surprised at all. Dynamic rendering feature was not enabled. Okay. So this is the first time I'm seeing this running on AMD hardware. Oh, okay. Failed to find get device proc address and layer. Okay, so it looks like we might have some fallout from other things. Oh, nice. The logs don't go back any further. Okay, so guess let's go over here to bin console log and look in here. Okay, so this is giving us what all of the extensions are that are in here. Evaluating device, meets requirements. Okay. Logical device, more device extensions. We did it, yes. So what we are doing right now, probably going to have to turn off trace for some of this stuff. Because for some reason the driver is spitting out every single extension it has. Okay. So it failed to load something there, but I think that's just maybe some extension somewhere. I'm not sure exactly what the problem is there. Vulkan device supports native, dynamic state, and dynamic rendering. Okay, so that's what I wanted to see. Okay. So our validation error okay, so these bottom two are probably fallout from this one. So VK create graphics pipelines, create infos sub-0, render pass is null, but the dynamic rendering feature was not enabled. If the dynamic rendering feature is not enabled and the pipeline requires pre-rasterization, shader state, fragment shader state, which, okay, it does, blah, 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 then it, render pass must not be, okay, so I guess we didn't enable the dynamic rendering feature, which is news to me. But let's look at the device. I mean, it's right here. I'm not sure what, okay. Extended dynamic state, okay. So let's just follow this P next chain. Right, okay, so this is saying this is the first indexing features. its P next is the dynamic state that we create here. So this should be where we enable that, right? Oh, that's extended dynamic state. That might not be actually what we need. Dynamic rendering is the one we need. Okay, so this one is the P next of that one. This one's P next is line rasterization. Line rasterization's P next is dynamic rendering extension. I set this to true instead of VK true. And it should be the same thing. Dynamic rendering extension. Okay, so that whole P next chain starts here. So descriptor indexing features, which should be the first one here. And it is. So why is that not actually enabled? We're explicitly setting dynamic rendering to true. This is talking about the dynamic rendering feature was not enabled. What is the, let's see, we want this guy. Okay, so this is part of valid usage. VK graphics pipeline, create info. Dynamic rendering feature. VK physical device Vulkan 1.3 features. So is there another place that I have to do that then instead of, kind of looks like it. So I might have to actually go through and I am requesting 1.3. Yeah, and this is for the VK physical device Vulkan 1.3 features. VK physical device Vulkan 1.3 features. But this is provided in the pnext chain, so it should work. I'm not understanding where I'm going wrong there. So part of me was wondering if this is just something that NVIDIA GPUs were letting me get away with, but AMD is like, no dog, you have to do this the right way. Windows is such a crappy dev system. Yes, it absolutely is. Let's see. SDKs for development, the other one is for people who are missing the runtime library. Maybe that's it. Something like that's the only, yeah, maybe that's what it was for the OpenAL thing. You can force an extension even if not requested by the app. Maybe try doing that for dynamic rendering to be sure. But it's a feature in 1.3, and I am requesting 1.3. So it usually, I mean, it shouldn't be an issue. It should just be there. So the only thing I can, this should cover me, right? Because it's in the pnext chain. I shouldn't have to use like the 1.3 features, right? Like I should be able to use this just fine. If this is included in the pnext chain of the physical device features 2, structure pass to 2, blah, 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 it's filled in to indicate whether corresponding features supported. Can also be used in the pnext chain of VK device create info to selectively enable the feature, which is what I'm doing. Let's see, the S type must be structure type physical device dynamic rendering features, which it is. So this can be used in the pnext chain of VK device create info. Which it is here. What was the other? Physical device features. So maybe I have to include it as in the p-next chain of that. Maybe. Maybe that's what I need to do. So device features. Right, maybe I can do this, right? And I'll just slam this in here real quick. And then move this down here. Device features. Is there not a P next on this? Oh, does this need to be device features too? Interesting. So the P next is only available on this structure type. So I might have to use like the second version of this in order to get it to work on. That seems kind of dumb. Isn't this just querying? No, I think this is actually, let me see. No, this is actually creating the device. So here I'm saying what device features I want, right? Does the thing support dynamic rendering? I mean, I thought it said it did. That would actually be pretty terrible if it didn't support it. Features. No, that's, oh wait, I need 1.3 again. Dynamic rendering, yeah, it's supported. It's definitely supported. I was gonna say it's supported like check extension support. Well, so that's core to 1.3, right? So dynamic rendering. I mean, it's there. Check the docs again. I think it means for querying. This one. Structure indicating support. In the description section. It is filled in. Yes, okay. So this section talks about querying it, right? So it's filled in during the query, but then says can also be used in the pnext chain of vk device create info to selectively enable these features, which is what I'm doing. So that right there is what I'm doing, is I'm basically saying I want this feature on. Let me undo this. That's obviously not the way to go. Check extension support. I did though. Oh, really quiet. Let me try moving this mic around this way. How's that? Is that a little bit better? Okay. Cool. Okay. Yeah, no worries, Parad. I appreciate these tests though, and thanks for being here. Appreciate it. I mean, I can't imagine this would make a difference, but sure, we'll try it. Wait, are you using P-enabled features? Yeah, right here. Device features. Oh, shoot. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This is actually what I was trying a minute ago. There's no pnext here. So I guess if I do, okay. So if I change that to 2, then this says it has no. Do I need to actually make a 2 and then pnext this into it? Oh, it's features. That's what it is. Okay. So it has to be features. Right. And then oops. Okay. So now I'll have to say pnext. Let's see, pnext here is going to be equal to, and I need one of these guys here. Wait a minute, where was that? Here. Okay, so let me get rid of, rename this to 2, just because I'm trying something. to right, maybe it's wanting me to do that. Oh, you know what? That means I'm also going to have to change. Because that's probably not going to like that. Yep. That's not going to like the change here. So this is also probably going to have to change to a 2. Enable features. Maybe not. It says it's undefined. Okay, so what does it actually want then? EP enabled features. Is there a different property or something I have to use for this? I'm surprised it's not. Enabled extensions count. P enabled features must be null if we chain VK to physical device features too. All right, let me. Set device features and VK physical device features too. Physical device, let's see, create info. Oh, whoops. I've got an extra thing there. Let me catch up on chat here. Instead of VK physical device features, you must use VK physical device features 2 and pass it to the P next of VK device create info. That sounds right. So instead of that being there, it needs to be, oh shoot, it has to be in here, which actually it already is in that chain. So maybe this is not necessarily needed. That doesn't seem right either. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Okay, so built. I'm thinking it's probably not going to run though. I don't think I did it right. Nope. Go away. All right. I think that's pretty much the same thing. Yeah. seeing some of the fields not working with 0 and OSVC, you would have to use null pointer instead. Null pointer is only C++. Yeah, I'm using C here, so that wouldn't matter. Okay, so instead of enabled features, you're saying device features needs to be in the pnext chain of this guy. So device features, pnext is this guy. So what if I do this? Descriptor indexing features, right? And then here, instead, I pass, oops, dynamic, or wait a minute, no, I guess that would need to be device features. Are you on Windows 11 forever? No. Definitely not. Okay, I saw some validation errors in there, but we've got some stuff running. Let's see if this completely poops itself. Okay, so might have to move my noggin here. Out of the way. Go away. Out of pool memory. Okay, so what kind of... Oh, we got a bunch of errors up here. Okay. Okay, so I think this is interesting. So interestingly enough, it seems that the problem with this was that the way that I was doing it, I was kind of doing it like a mix of old school and new school way with using this. And it seems like NVIDIA cards just handled it, and it was never a problem, but AMD requires me to actually chain these things properly. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to play around with this a little bit offline and come up with a commit that actually fixes this issue. And we'll address it on the next stream, because we've been going for quite a while and I'm actually kind of tired. So yeah, I think we made some pretty good progress today. It's building here. It does run. Now we're into the AMD like specific GPU issues, which is what I was hoping to hit. That's the whole reason I wanted to build this machine, right? I guess you have managed this separately for NVIDIA and AMD cards. Yeah, so the whole thing is like, I'm going to have to, I guess, play around with this between the two builds and see which, if I can come up with a solution that works for both. I shouldn't have to manage it independently, I don't think. I just think that NVIDIA's drivers were handling this, which is not technically valid, right? Because this is supposed to be, if you've got features 2 in your pnext chain, then you shouldn't be using this, right? And I think that the NVIDIA drivers were just kind of handling that. So let's see. Sooner or later we'll handle Intel Arc. Ooh, I didn't even think about that one. Yeah. How will the Intel GPU handle VK? That's an interesting one, right? Um, like if else conditions. I'm hoping I don't have to go that route, right? Because if I have to go that route, that like completely defeats the purpose of the way that Vulkan's supposed to work, right? That stuff shouldn't matter. It should be feature detection, not is it AMD, is it NVIDIA, right? So I find the fact that it's been working all this time on NVIDIA cards interesting, and the fact that it didn't throw up like this on NVIDIA cards super interesting. So, but yeah, I think we did pretty well today. We got a new machine up and running. We got our dev environment set up, past all of the stupid Windows stuff, right? So ultimately, it was a combination of installing Clang, and then actually using the new PowerShell instead of the old PowerShell that fixed our issue. I don't know why that is. I think it has something to do with the way environment variables are loaded. But the combination of those two things seem to have fixed all of our issues. In fact, I think I can prove that by... I think I can undo the changes that I made to this build file. Let's actually go to... Actually, I think I can just... Is that the only change that I made to the entire file? Is that one line? Yeah. I think what also might have been part of the problem was... let's see, is there an extra space in there? There we go. I think what also might have been part of the problem is the fact that I didn't actually clean the... build in between trying all those different things. And so I think it was just, a combination of, not trying to like a full rebuild between changing all that environment stuff. Because now it seems fine. What about code? Can it be MSVC compatible? So it is, for the most part, actually. Before you go, what's the Clang CL for? Yeah, Clang with CL command line, mostly. Yep. Yep, go by the lazy thing, and if NVIDIA does it, let's do that. Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping not to have to do that. I use Clang CL, but it will still scream at me when MSVC stuff still works. Yeah. All right, so here's, we were able to build without that actual change to the make file. So it wasn't that. It was just stupid Windows environment stuff that got in the way. So I'll have to see, maybe I'll set up a VM or something, and I'll have to see if I can narrow down exactly what we need to do for a new setup. But I'm going to say that probably installing Clang through the Visual Studio installer is not the way to go, because I ran into problems with that until I actually installed Clang by itself. Okay, so with all that said, like I said, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream for today. We did pretty good. It's been a long stream. Let me see who is on that I can raid. Let's see. Okay. I've actually not gotten to raid him before, so I'm going to raid CM Griffing. He's a good buddy of mine, and he's a super cool dude. He wrote a feature flag software application that is really actually quite powerful. Chris is just a cool dude overall. So I'm going to go ahead and raid him. He's raided me a bunch of times. I don't get to repay the favor very often, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. And yeah, we will see you guys on on the other side next week when we go ahead and stream again. I should have these issues hopefully figured out by then. I think it's probably just relatively minor stuff. So it looked like from all the errors that it's literally just changing over how that pnex chain works. So we'll do that. Thank you guys for being here. I really appreciate you guys being here on both sides, the YouTube side and the Twitch side. And we will see you guys next time. All right. Peace.